If there was another supervisor. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Today we have a regular session for the County Board of Supervisors. And I'm opening the meeting at 10 a.m. This time, we'll go ahead and do roll call. District 1?
Yes, thank you. And good to see everybody out there. Happy February. Hard to believe. Still waiting for the snow. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1. Thank you for being with us today.
District 2?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez, and I'm the supervisor for District 2. Thank you for being here this morning.
District 3?
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3 Supervisor.
And my name is Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor. District 5?
I'm Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor for District 5. Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance.
And to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to be doing the call to the public at this time. We will allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are not prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expression of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments at this time.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a public comment, we do have comment forms on the table by the door. And we don't have a lot of people here in the room, so we can also have you come up to the podium. I do have 2 comment cards for people here in the room. If you've joined us by Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Click that hand and that will notify us that you would like to comment. Or if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. So we will start with Renee Redday. If you want to come on up to the podium and hit that mic button to turn the mic on and state your name and address for the record. And we'll start the clock for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Renee Redday. I reside in Flagstaff Sunnyside neighborhood at 1718 North Main Street. I'm here today on behalf of Prevent Child Abuse Arizona, a chapter of a national nonprofit, to discuss a topic on today's agenda, the Facility Master Plan. In 2020, I brought together families with young children and family service leaders in our community. When I asked families how our community could best support them, every family emphasized the need for a single location to access all available resources. This response stayed with me for years, so I was excited when Prevent Child Abuse Arizona announced an opening for a Family Resource System Coordinator for Coconino, Yavapai, and Yuma counties. Family Resource Centers serve as a vital community hubs, offering relationship-based resource navigation and opportunities for social connection to families across socioeconomic backgrounds. The statewide FRC pathway team, comprised of various state leaders, is working to build a strong, sustainable network of FRCs accessible to all families with children birth age to 17 across Arizona. Currently, Arizona has 67 FRCs, most of which are in Maricopa County. 11 counties lack FRCs entirely. In Flagstaff, we have 3 entities, FUSD, CJC's Hope Center, and Killip Elementary that meet some, but not all, of the essential elements of a family resource center. I've met with key community partners, including Superintendent Penka, FUSD's Educational Enrichment, Parenting Arizona, Coconino County Juvenile Courts, First Things First, Killip Elementary, Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, United Way, and Coconino County Public Health Service District. Each organization is open to collaborating to develop a universally accessible family resource center. Together, we aim to create a space where families can find social connection, concrete support, peer networking, and parenting education. While we have strong community support, we need to identify a building in a location accessible by public transportation to ensure all families can benefit. National studies have shown the return on investment, $4.93 of a return for social benefits for every dollar spent, and a savings of $3.65 in child welfare costs. Additionally, communities with FRCs have seen a 63% reduction in child abuse cases. For these reasons, I respectfully request the board's support. I will stay in communication with Supervisor Vasquez and urge you to continue this conversation to help establish a family resource center in Flagstaff that meets both the state and federal definitions to serve all families in our community. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Next, we have Robert Trotter. You want to just state your name and address for our minutes, and we'll set the clock for 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Robert Trotter. I'm the fire chief of High Country Fire Rescue. I live at 7052 North Pinyon Pine Street, Williams. And basically, I'm just here today to inform the board, or excuse me, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and Board. I'm just here to inform you on the happenings of High Country Fire Rescue. As you know, we've tried a couple of times to become a fire district and fell short due to the absentee property owners outnumber our permanent residents 30-1. I came up with an idea and submitted a bill. It's HB 2457. It's presently in the House Public Safety Committee. I will be testifying on that bill next Monday. But I just wanted to let you all know that this bill is designed to, instead of doing petitions, going door to door, getting the petitions, or mailing out the petitions to absentee property owners, this puts it on the ballot to allow the people in the community that is going to be taxed for the fire district allowed to either vote yes or no for the fire district. The only opposition to this bill is ATRA, is the Arizona, can't remember what the Arizona Tax Resilient Authority or something or other. They don't want any taxes. Their fight is that the absentee property owners do not have the ability to vote yes or no because they're not registered voters here. Just to let you know, we've had several, while I've lived here, things to vote on to raise taxes for the school district, the clinic, the road, maintenance, and other things that the absentee property owners weren't allowed to vote on either. So there's really no difference between my bill of allowing the people that live in the area to vote on the bill. It affects them mostly. They live there, they work in the community. I've had a couple, 3 community meetings, and I've had about 150 people show up, and they're all in favor of it, and they're all in favor of paying a little bit more in their taxes for fire protection. But anyway, like I said, I just wanted to let you all know. I'll keep you posted on HB 2457 and how it goes. Any questions? All right.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I would ask, I'd make a directive to our county management team that we keep a close watch on this, and that we as a county do what we can to have this passed and be successful.
Thank you. Any other comments by the board? There being none, we'll just move on then.
We do have two
Oh,
two
sorry.
people who would like to comment that are on the telephone and on the Zoom virtual format. I'm going to start with the person on the telephone. We only have one person on the phone that would like to comment. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please unmute, state your name and address for our minutes, and you'll be provided 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. Stephanie Jefferson, 3509 North Childress Street. And I am a member of the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association of Flagstaff Inc.'s Board of Directors, SNA for short. SNA's mission is enriching lives by mobilizing residents to create continual improvement, which we've been doing in District 2's Sunnyside neighborhood for nearly 6 decades. SNA wishes to express our sincere gratitude for long-standing partnership with the county, especially regarding utilizing the 3rd Street building for office and programming space. We could do the work in Sunnyside neighborhood without the space and related amenities gifted to us so annually, and we appreciate you. We currently occupy 3 spaces within the building, and we understand that there might be a conversation regarding the use of space within the building with other entities. We are unaware of any open space within the building, but wanted to mention that SNA is growing, and we have 2 new programs coming on board within the next few months. And if there's a possibility, we would greatly be interested in being considered for the use of the available space. Again, thank you all for your dedication to the community and to making sure that those most in need have the tools that they need to thrive, pending any questions.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, you talked about needing additional space. Can you explain just a little bit more, like elaborate what you mean? Oh, is that not allowed? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's good. Well, in that case, thank you for bringing it up, and we'll definitely consider that as we move forward. And
Yes,
please
thank you.
communicate with administration to look at facilities, in particular our facilities director, Tom Hanachek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Next, we have Luke M. that's on the Zoom virtual format. Luke, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. You'll need to unmute, state your name and address for our minutes, and you will be provided 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Luke McKee. I reside at Vinh Homes, Smart City, Hanoi, Vietnam. The purpose of my call today is to remind the Board of Supervisors that they have made an oath of office to uphold the Constitution, and so has the Coconino County's Attorney's Office. And the 6th Amendment to the United States Constitution is a right to a trial. These rights are being violated for Adam Alistair Woodruff Smith, who's been in your detention facility since June 2023. He was signed in on Coconino County letterhead by an anonymous volunteer. Ryan Quitkin is suing Sedona City for $350,000, exposing that in his lawsuit. There will be a lawsuit against Coconino County, civil rights lawsuits from Adam Smith. Adam Smith is not entitled to a trial because his case will expose that Coconino County Health and Human Services budget has been used to pay an individual 3 ways for practicing medicine without a license. Emma, the general counsel of the Arizona Nursing Board, has confirmed Rachel Belinsky doesn't have a nursing license. Rachel Belinsky is on Jeff Bezos's website, the Internet Movie Database, as the star of the following films: Jesus the Total Douchebag, Ant Farm Dickhole, Captive Audience, and Ravage the Scream Queen. She was a porn star, not a nurse. She was paid victims' comp. She testified in a sealed grand jury indictment that I have made the decision to leak, and she has testified to practicing medicine without a license, also at the Camp Verde court. And Sedona, the police in your district nearby in Sedona say not only green-lighted her to get extra victims compensation for losing a illicit job whilst doing a Class 5 felony, practicing medicine without a license. Then Sedona Police hired her as a traffic controller after testifying to this Class 5 felony, and they won't take a police report into her doing it. The nursing board has been informed. The nursing board has said it in email, but they're refusing to put it on letterhead for 6 months. But this is the truth. It is scandalous and also the original police interviews have not been provided to the grand jury, and a do-over interview was done. This case involves police corruption, and I've been trying to get the original police interview for the last year. The IT guy for Coconino County has disabled commissary in the prison to obstruct Adam Smith's right to do records requests, denying his access to pens and paper and other things. He's also blocked my phone number and covertly diverted all of my email addresses. And previously I brought him up for blocking the Coconino County website from being viewed from anywhere overseas. So all those people who are...
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Your 3 minutes is up.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I think it's
Supervisor.
important to state that our call to the public is not intended to be a forum for us or anyone to engage in unsubstantiated character assassination.
Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair Baguette. This time we have no other comments and no hands raised for comment on the virtual side.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have the proclamation. Consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating February 2025 as National Black History Month. Ariana Contreras.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I have a proclamation here for designating February 2025 as National Black History Month. All right. Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins citizens and local governments across the country in recognizing February 2025 as National Black History Month as recognized in the African diaspora. And whereas the 2025 theme for National Black History Month is African Americans in Labor, as stated by the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, intends to encourage broad reflections on the intersections between Black people's work and their workplace in all their iterations and key moments, themes, and events in Black history and culture across time and throughout the U.S., Africa, and the diaspora. Whereas Coconino County acknowledges the history, struggles, and achievements of the past, present, and future generations of our Black and African diaspora, bringing us to a time of reckoning, redemption, and hope for all people. Whereas National Black History Month is a time to reflect on the enduring legacy of African American leaders, visionaries, and everyday heroes who have fought for civil rights, social justice, education, economic empowerment, and the betterment of society as a whole. And whereas Coconino County embraces the many esteemed contributions of the Black and African people in Coconino County's lumber and sawmill industries, and notably in the generations of entrepreneurs, educators, artists, authors, scientists, athletes, activists, community leaders, and public servants. And whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors supports and engages with the African diaspora communities in our cities and state in collaboration with the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council and the Southside Community Association's Lived Black Experience Project Community Coalition partnership to involve its residents on issues that impact our communities. And whereas we encourage all individuals to learn about, honor, and reflect on the role of Black and African Americans in shaping our shared history and to promote a deeper understanding and appreciation of Black and African culture, history, and achievements. And therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of celebrating and honoring the vast contributions of all people of the African diaspora and in our nation, county, and society, we do by recognize February 2025 as National Black History Month and call upon all residents to reflect on and embrace the diversity that strengthens us. Thanks.
Thank you, Raina. Any comments by the board? Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you so much, and thank you for reading the proclamation. You know, I think it's really important that we all speak out. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are not dirty words. DEI stands for the principles of our country, our laws, and our Constitution. It was founded on the premise of equal opportunity and equal rights under the law for all. It has been the diversity in this country that's given us our strength. It is recognizing that strength that gives us our unity. Black History Month recognizes and pays tribute to the history and contributions of African Americans whose struggle and adversity continue as we work together towards achieving that American promise. So thank you for bringing it. Thank you for my colleagues for considering this, and let us all speak out on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Any other comments by the board? Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing the proclamation. It's so important right now with the attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion and the attempts to forget our collective history and whitewash it. It's really important that we continue to tell our collective memory of our story. And Black history is American history. And it's so important that we recognize those contributions. And on a local level, I was at the Murdoch Center the other day celebrating the beginning of Black History Month. And what I realized was we have some real contributions here in Flagstaff and here in Coconino County, and we need to recognize those. For example, Miss Cleo Murdoch, who the Murdoch Center is named after, the supervisor, Mel Hanna, W.E.B. Du Bois, Wilson Riles, Coral Evans, who was our first African-American mayor in the state of Arizona. These are the contributions that we need to recognize and continue to talk about and celebrate and inspire the next generation of youth, not just Black youth, all youth. And this diversity, this conversation about diversity shows what's beautiful about all of our different communities and all of our different cultures. And that's what makes America great, is that diversity, is that ability to be together on a common cause. And that cause is that dream of what America can be, that place of hope for immigrants. And so with this as Black History Month, like I said, I think it's truly important that we engage and we remember that collective history. There are a lot of events going on that talk about the impacts, the contributions of the original lumberjacks who came to work chopping trees. You know, the African-American community has been on the South Side for over 100 years, and it's really important that we recognize that, we talk about that, and we learn those stories. Miss Hickman, one of the people on the Murdoch Center mural, her daughter, who's now in her 80s, I worked with at Killup, you know, and so that collective history is there. One of Coral Evans' aunts was the first African-American flight attendant. Excuse me, Coral, I can't remember her name, but I wanted to recognize that. Dorsey Evans. So, you know, that there's history here in Flagstaff, and we need to recognize that, and we need to share that. And each different group has their opportunity to do so. This is the month that we really recognize those contributions. So again, thank you for the proclamation. And as was stated before, we have to tell these stories. We can't let it be forgotten. We need to teach our children about the resiliency and the strength of the African-American people that went through what they went through to be where we are today. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Antares?
Thank you, Chair Begay. My colleagues have spoken volumes, so I'm going to keep my comments brief. And it is an honor to be a part of proclaiming February as being Black History Month.
Thank you, Tammy. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, we need to recognize all of the diversity that is in our county and in the country. We need to make sure that we honor each other and respect each other. in words and on social media and every action that we take. It is that common, um, common um, kindness and just to recognize each other. That's what's going to make us stronger, and we need to just make sure that we honor all the diversity that we have in our county. And this month is the Black History Month, and we need to make sure that we honor their path since they came to this country. And it's just so important to tell our stories. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I think it's very important, that we really, really acknowledge all the things that we went through, every single tribe or diversity. They have gone through a lot, we have a lot of history that we tell, and what we're doing the proclamation for today, they went through a lot too. So that's only the more reason why we really need to understand one another and learn about one another and treating each others with respect, and then also moving forward and work together on things and getting things done. Very supportive of one another. So I just want to say thank you for bringing this proclamation. I thank my colleagues' comments to this also, because it is very important. And I think DEI is something we, as the board, fully support. And we keep saying that we need to support one another in that era. So thank you. Supervisor Horstman?
At this point, I would certainly be honored to make a motion to approve a proclamation designated February 2025 as National Black History Month.
There's a motion by Supervisor Horstman and a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. We are now at the consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda.
Or do you want to
So,
hear
Chair-
what events we have?
Oh, you're not done? Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. We're excited.
This is exciting.
We got excited
It's exciting
here.
stuff. I get it. Thank you. I just wanted to go over some of the events for Black History Month really quick. So starting on the 5th, which is tomorrow, we're gonna celebrate Coretta Scott King. On the 6th, we have Mary Lou Bethune, and on the 12th, we're doing the March on Washington. We have Fannie Lou Hamer on the 19th, Madam C.J. Walker on the 20th, Annie Turbone Malone on the 26th, and Chris Smalls with the Amazon Labor Union. So we kind of went with the theme for African Americans and labor. So people doing different work with labor movements and different things. So that's what we have.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and picture here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Before we move on to the next item, I just wanted to congratulate Miss Arena Contreras, who is my former DD. She recently got married, and so I was really happy for her. Congratulations.
Congratulations. No wonder you had a bigger smile. Thank you. Okay, we're now at the consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately? Number 6. Okay, any other ones? There being none, their motion. Supervisor Horstman,
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, items 2 through 19, exclusive of number 6.
motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by, motion's been made. There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, back to item number 6. Consideration possible action to accept the FY 2025 item number 20. Okay, so number 6, okay. We're back to number 6.
If I could just ask our county attorney to just give us a quick update. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, for pulling this and allowing me the opportunity to talk about this. As you mentioned, this last month was Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and we celebrated that and took action to make sure we remembered what this means for our community. We were receiving, with the board's approval, some grant money from DPS. We've been partnering with them on a lot of investigations regarding human trafficking. And as the board is probably aware, this last month, the county attorney's office partnered with the sheriff's office and with Northland Family Help Center and with a Survivor Network and with NAUPD and FPD to form a task force called North Star Task Force to fight human trafficking. And so this is all part of the collection of actions we're taking. This specific money would help us fund some training in our office for a couple of our prosecutors and staff members. We have one prosecutor who is assigned specifically these cases, Sasha Charles. She's our human trafficking unit in our office. But it would also allow us to pass this money through to Northland Family Help Center and help with their staffing needs and their training needs. So we're very excited to be receiving this money. We're excited to be part of this effort, and we know it's an issue in this community. These are complicated cases, and it takes all of us, all these agencies working together to help support these victims and survivors of human trafficking. So thank you for that opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Are there any comments?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for that update. And, you know, I get questioned sometimes by constituents, like, what are we doing about human trafficking? So I think it's important that for the public record, we share those updates when things like this, partnerships and opportunities like this to make a huge difference in our community arise. So thank you, County Attorney.
Thank you.
Mueller?
Yes, thank you. I know we've been working on this for a long time, and we've been even, getting training at the national level just on human trafficking. And now, when you travel, you have signs that are all over the place and how to identify human trafficking. So, and how to report. But locally, and I think the general public, though, that are not in that most, I think generally in the general public, they just don't understand that. And one of the trainings that we went to, they were training all the hotel front desk people, bus drivers or transportation drivers. It's just all the different personnel that encounter these people that are being human trafficked in that world more often, then they were getting the training. So I hope it leads into that. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's a good group.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Horseman?
Obviously, this has been something that has been very important for our community, and we really appreciate the leadership your office has shown, and quite frankly, the sheriff's office has shown in this. And we're glad to be part of the team. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that, human trafficking is all over the place. Our nations out there, the tribes and other areas, everybody's facing that. So I just want to see if there's could be any possibility of collaboration with nearby, if possible. I know that's what we do with a lot of services that we have. So I just want to say thank you for all the efforts and continuing to address the human trafficking that's outrageous, out here. And so we just want to make sure that people are safe out there too. So thank you so much for getting this grant and, getting people on and to work with it and, resolve issues. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tammy?
Thank you. I will just say thank you for the work that you have done. Last month was awareness of this, and so I do appreciate the work that you've done, and also the sheriff, the work that the participation that you have done in this as well. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion on this?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Vasquez, second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we are done with the consent agenda. May I have a motion to resolve as a flood control district board of directors? Supervisor Fowler, your second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And we do have the flood control district consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the flood control district consent agenda item 20?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Horseman?
at this time, I would ask that we approve the consent agenda of the Flood Control District as more fully and completely set forth in our agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Director Horseman, seconded by Director Onateras. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a board of supervisors? Supervisor Fowler, is there a second?
Second.
Director Fowler and by Director Vasquez, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And we are now at the discussion items. Discussion and update regarding state and federal legislative and or administrative matters. County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, and I've been communicating with Keith Breckus, and hopefully he is on his way down. There are several bills to track. Brian, would you mind going to get Keith to make sure he's on it? Thank you, sir. Brian Harris will help us out with that.
Can we take a 5-minute?
We can take a 5-minute break. Yeah, thank you very much. You just saved me.
Now going to be hearing discussion update regarding state and federal legislative and or administrative matters.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. I'm very pleased that Keith Breckus was able to join us today, our Government Affairs Director, to give an update. Just to note, the item that Chief Trotter brought up in public participation, we are tracking that. Keith and I have been communicating this morning. We'll continue to do so. And there, to use the term that we hear in Phoenix often, several bills have dropped. And so there's much to discuss and much to track. So thank you, Keith. And William is here as well to participate in the presentation. So Keith, take it away.
Yeah, so good morning still. Chair Begay and Board of Supervisors, happy to present here. I'll note a couple things in the office. You've probably seen we have George Ovalle helping out in the office as a bridge, and also many of you probably have already met our intern William Nazi, but I'm going to have her present the state update today, and then at the end of the state update, I'll probably mention a little bit about the Trotter bill, a little more on that one, just for awareness, and then I'll give the federal update. But without any further ado, I will let William Nazi speak on the state.
Good morning, Chair Begay, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm immensely honored to be presenting today and will be providing an update on the state level developments. To start with, Supervisor Vasquez attended both the RTAC Legislative Day on Monday, January 27th, and the NACOG Legislative Day on Thursday, January 30th. During those visits, he had the opportunity to meet individually with several lawmakers on transportation issues, including Senator Rogers, Representatives Marshall, Representative Martinez, and Biasucci. In addition, he had the opportunity to meet with the Mexican consulate in Phoenix. The governor has put forth a rural water bill to address rural groundwater management areas. Supervisor Horstman attended the governor's press conference. LPC meetings have been lively this year with former lawmakers such as Borelli trying to adjust to their new roles as county supervisors. Supervisor Horstman last week and Supervisor Fowler the week before that demonstrated they know their roles by continuing to oppose any legislation that saddles counties with unfunded mandates or strips county board of their authority. On House Bill 2201, Striker Wildfire Mitigation Planning, Gail Griffin's HB 2201 passed through the House Land, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs Committee yesterday on a 5 yea, 2 nay, and 1 present do pass recommendation vote. This is a bill that appears to give utility companies broad immunity from damage they might cause in a wildfire. So the vote was along party lines, although Republican Representative Rachel Keschel voted present rather than A, as she expressed some concerns about the bill that are very similar to those that Coconino County staff has actually raised. So this bill raises current standard of proof from preponderance of evidence to clear and convincing evidence to hold utility companies liable for negligence damages from contributing to or causing any wildfires. It also prohibits class action suits against utilities to recover damages from wildfire where the utility is at fault. On homeowners insurance bills, including Representative Marshall's bill, that's 2384, with 15 co-sponsors, so 16 total Republicans on that. We have Representative Livingstone, who's convening a stakeholder meeting to consider all the relevant homeowners wildfire insurance bills on Thursday. Representative Marshall has a bill that is being reworked due to concerns raised by constituents, including Coconino County, that the bill is insufficient to address the problem. So Marshall's initial draft also only applies to municipalities, not counties or unincorporated areas. It's too narrow, tied to specific Firewise USA mitigation efforts, and does not adequately consider other large-scale mitigation projects. Representative Marshall also appears amenable to making changes, so we will track these future drafts to see if they address some of the concerns we and others have expressed. Finally, we have House Bill 2726 that just dropped, it's Marshall's, and that's a $3.5 million appropriation for wildfire mitigation and training center for the city of Flagstaff. So although it's not directly county, the city of Flagstaff might be getting that. And thank you so much. That will be it for the state level. Thanks so very much.
Thank you, William. Just wanted to reiterate on that last item noted. I actually just got a heads up from the fire chief of the city of Flagstaff, and Marshall has proposed the bill, and I don't recall the number, for a $3.5 million training facility with the city of Flagstaff for wildland fire training. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, William.
If I may also, and William, thank you so much for the update. You know, it's obviously a concern to us here living in the largest ponderosa pine forest and the contiguous forest in the country, if not the world. And so we're obviously very concerned about fires and utility lines. And we've seen, of course, God forbid, something like what happened in California could happen here. So, you know, I think we're going in the wrong direction. I think that our concern should be that not of quote, who's liable, as much as to make this as safe as we can and to work together for safety and protection. So please keep us informed on that bill. You know, we have a good partnership with our utility companies up here. We want to maintain that, but I think we need to work together on safety and work together on prevention. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Horstman, members of the board. And also, Keith, would you mind giving just a brief update on the bill that Chief Trotter had discussed and what, in our analysis, what we believe it may do?
Yeah, so the bill that Chief Trotter brought before you or talked about earlier is House Bill 2457. And had Karen also look into it at the state level to see what thoughts were. I know Rep. Marshall is supporting that. He's actually been very busy on a lot of issues related to insurance or wildfires, so we really appreciate that. He's certainly paid attention to Coconino County this cycle around. I think there's some bills that he's written that apply to municipalities. We'd like to kind of remind him about the unincorporated areas, but he's certainly been, he's met with a couple of the board members, and he seems really interested in trying to work on some of these issues. So we appreciate that. On that bill with Trotter's also co-sponsors include other Republican members, Gillette, Hendricks, Gowan, Payne, and Shope. And from what Karen said down at the legislature too, that the Democrats likely, there doesn't appear to be any opposition necessarily either. So it seems to have potentially bipartisan support. What that bill, I think, is attempting to do is give them an option of creating a new fire district, at which point the board would end up, if they meet all the requirements on the front end, would set an election for that. The requirement of that election would require 65% support to pass. So that would sort of limit your exposure as a board if it was not popular. You wouldn't be at a risk of it passing and then becoming controversial. If it's popular, it would pass and then it's a done deal. So, you know, I see what they're trying to do there, and we'll monitor that to see if it gets through the legislature, and then next steps accordingly after that. I forgot, David, or on any of the things before I go to the federal agenda, did anybody have any questions on the state issues that William brought up? We forgot to ask for questions, so I just want to make sure we didn't leave anything out if somebody had concerns.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, thank you. Not so much questions or concerns, just want to kind of elaborate a little bit on my efforts last week. I did have the opportunity to go down 2 days. It was a long week. I don't plan on doing that every week, but you know, what I realized is that things are moving fast down there, and it's really important to be engaged. The first day on Monday was for RTAC, which stands for the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council, and I am the member for Metro Plan. And during that time, I presented about the need to continue to fund the SMART Fund, with the AZ SMART Fund for transportation, to several of our state legislators, and to kind of explain why rural counties need that funding to leverage for federal funding, and how much money the counties or just entities have been able to raise from the state funding, including for us in Coconino County, the Protect Grant. So 3.5 million from the state of Arizona helped us leverage another 15 million for flood mitigation, drainage improvements on Highway 89. And so again, a good opportunity to tell our story in Coconino County about what we do. The Thursday meeting was as part of NACOG, Northern Arizona Council of Governments. All Council of Governments had their legislative day And it was mostly rural mayors and council members, also with some of the same legislators. But now we are talking about a food tax that impacts 71 of 91 communities in the rural Arizona. And so they were talking about how changing to a flat tax, if that food tax is removed, would impact these smaller communities. And it was a really interesting discussion, and I definitely recommend that people look into that because it will impact the smaller communities. The bigger communities, it's basically making a smaller piece of the pie for the communities when it goes to a straight flat tax that's distributed out between all those rural communities. So it doesn't impact Flagstaff, doesn't impact Phoenix, doesn't impact Tucson, but outside of there, a lot of the smaller communities really depend on this funding from the state, from this tax. And so definitely recommend follow up. And I definitely intend to be down in the legislature more often this year as we continue to advocate for what we need here in Coconino County and just generally what's best for Arizona. Thank you.
I'd like some
Supervisor?
information on that. If you can email it, Keith.
Yeah, we can provide some
Yeah.
info on that.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thanks, Keith and William too, for all of your advocacy on what's going down in the state legislature. Now is the busy time, so we need to keep up on what's happening down there. And want to thank my colleagues for being down there and advocating on behalf of Coconino County. It's so important that we have a voice and that we're heard down there. Just been active in the rural groundwater management on behalf of Coconino County and this board. The governor did have a press conference for the dropping of both the House and Senate versions of the Rural Groundwater Management Act of 2025. It is way past time that we in rural Arizona, 80% of Arizona does not have control over its own groundwater, nor can we then have a say and voice in our sustainable water future. So these are extremely important for us up here in rural Arizona and Coconino County. So we need to keep our eyes on the prize on that. It's Senate Bill 1425. I'm not sure what the House bill is, but you can probably tell us and I'll continue the advocacy there. Also, we do have, and I know Supervisor Fowler made the comment about the RTAC bill, and I look forward to getting that as well. There is that one-page overview of the water bills that have been passed. It's fairly complex. And if you'd like to read the whole bill, I have it. It's 50-some pages long, but we do have a pretty good overview of it. And I would ask, Keith, if you wouldn't mind providing that to my colleagues as well.
Absolutely, be happy to do so. It's a very large and comprehensive bill. We've also looked for parts of it that how it might apply to Coconino County and continue to review that. I should also mention at our press conference that it was that not only she spoke, but they had a bipartisan group of people presenting, including Mojave County Supervisor Travis Lingenfelter. So water is not a partisan issue in rural Arizona. It is. Yep, and Holly Irwin from La Paz. It's an issue that impacts people, and there are people that want to make sure that we're managing that water security carefully. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are 4 supervisors actually, La Paz and Mojave, Yavapai, and Coconino that were all represented there, as well as some governors from Prescott, Goodyear, and some of the other smaller communities that obviously this has a great effect on. So thank you.
Absolutely. And then in terms of federal updates, I'll make it relatively brief. The environment at the federal level is changing so fast. If I give an update, it might be obsolete in the next half hour. So I'll try to focus just on county issue type stuff. But first of all, I think we did send letters out with the chair's signature to our federal delegation, just expressing concerns about some of the programs that we have in the county and some of the services that would be impacted if grants were pulled or curtailed. As we know from last week's freeze, that freeze was rescinded by the courts, but we still put it on record that, here's some of the programs that would be impacted so that people are aware of some of the services that would be hit. Like I said, it's like 15% of the Coconino County's budget is some of those types of programs. So they would feel some pain if all those things were cut. In terms of other federal issues, of course, well, Energy Fuels reached an agreement with the Navajo Nation to transport uranium across the Navajo Nation. And so we had a working group meeting yesterday. Supervisor Horseman and Supervisor Fowler are part of the working group. We're certainly pleased in some ways that there was an agreement raised there between Navajo Nation and Energy Fuels that at least addresses some of the nation's concern and does allow for some cleanup and removal of other uranium that's on their site. What we still have concerns about, or others have expressed, is that it doesn't address the groundwater issues at the mine itself or the impacts to the Havasupai tribe or other people that have to deal with the mine. But there is some resolution on the transportation issue. So that'll be an ongoing issue, I'm sure, and we'll hear about it from different elements of the community. Supervisor Fowler attended the NACO Intergovernmental Disaster Task Force meeting in Washington, D.C. last week. She was appointed by the president in NACO to serve on that committee. She also happened to be in D.C. when the flight collision happened near Reagan Airport. So I'm sure that was scary being there since you were supposed to fly out the very next morning. But if you want to give like a really quick update, you could probably share with the board.
Yeah, it was a nice vacation. Just kidding. So our NACO, the National Counties Association President James Boer from California, Sonoma County Supervisor, established a national task force, which is the Disaster Recovery Task Force. And really it looks at the whole country. There are 28 county officials and emergency managers and engineers, county engineers, and various staff members that are, there's 28 of us that came together that are on the task force, really looking at disasters, the event that happens, whether it is a hurricane, flood, or tsunami, wildfire, flood, drought, all of these disasters that happen, and how and the recovery, the aftermath of the recovery, and the impact on local residents, such as their homeowners insurance, and then loss of revenue after losing property throughout the county, and then being able to not being able to even have county funds to be able to address these issues. Some counties have reported that they've been taking out loans to be able to address them. Some counties, one of the counties that's there that participated doesn't even have a county manager or a staff. So the commissioners have become the staff and the commissioners. They're working every day just because they just don't have the money because of these disasters that are taking place. So we did make the Hill visit as well, and we met with Senator Kelly. Of course, everybody loved him. We were divided into regions. So we've, in my group, we had the Hawaii, Maui, we had California and Arizona. We were a team, and we visit each of those the congressional delegation from these states, and we were able to just introduce ourselves as the task force for NACO, and then the ask was really to we don't want FEMA. Just at that time too, there was a proposal to do away with FEMA. Our whole group, we opposed it. We don't want to do away with FEMA. FEMA has issues, but those issues can be resolved because we're the ones that are working with it. And also the issues that FEMA needs to stay together because we know how to work with FEMA, even though there are lots of issues. And then just during that time too, the White House staff decided that it's going to establish a disaster reform council, 20-member council. So they were gonna meet with us, but they canceled on us. So we wrote a letter to the White House saying why the counties need to be at the seat, because the emphasis was on the private sector. And really, we said, it's the counties that really do the response. Private sector, we hired them for a specific task. They don't really know the disaster management. So that's why we put a letter together. So that was the ask. And then from Coconino County, as you all know, we have, it was really great to, our staff, Flood District, Lucinda and Sean, and our government affairs and emergency manager's office and the county management put together some talking points from our county, and then also to explain the history of what we've been dealing with since 2010. And we were able to share that. And then also just the disasters with the tribes that are within our county and how we work together with the tribes in our region. So that was the task force. It was very quick, very, very busy. And I was scheduled to fly out at 5 o'clock on the 29th, and here when we came back from the Hill, when we returned, we found out that all of our phones started, buzzing, saying that our flights were all canceled in Reagan Airport. So we had to get on the phone and try to find another flight. Most of the people that were there from across the country on the task force, they weren't really able to fly out until Friday, because you have all the backup on that day that happened. And then you have new ones like us that were flying out. So we all had to reschedule. I was lucky enough to be able to fly out on that day, the next day, the 29th or 30th, at 5 o'clock, and came back in at midnight over here. So it was really, it was a big shock. We were really, we never thought we'd hear that. And then it was, the more we heard about the news, and that's all anybody was talking about, it was really a sad time to be there, to be part of everything. And then driving to the airport, we could see what was happening over there. So, thank you.
Yeah. The next update is that several of us will be flying into Reagan in a couple weeks. So for the NACO legislative conference, we'll have some chance for some other Hill visits. And also because some of that material got put together at the last minute, does remind me, I think on the disasters and stuff, we can make sure that the county staff and the other board members have that information, because it's a pretty good compilation of what we've been through. In terms of federal updates, the only other thing I'll add is that Paul Babbitt from Senator Kelly's office sent us an update on the Ember Act, which is helpful, in that makes some changes to FEMA's Public Assistance and Policy Guide, which is abbreviated as the Papa G. It looks at some mitigation cost effectiveness of things as well. And I guess with regard to FEMA, or certainly local governments, I think are the most equipped to deal with disaster, but obviously we need partnerships with the private sector, state and federal. And even though FEMA can be an endless source of frustration sometimes with getting reimbursements and other things, kicking it to the states, I think sometimes for the scale of these disasters, state governments aren't always equipped to meet the needs. So I think it's, there's got to be reforms at FEMA, but I think abolishing the agency is probably, that's a pretty high risk proposition. But one other thing on the Ember Act that they noted is that, unfortunately, and Lucinda caught this when Paul had shared it with her, is that they did pull out some of the stuff about the 72-hour incident period. Like we were going to try to have that And the reason Bob Holmes told us that they did that, that's kind of unfortunate, but he's speculating, he's not sure, but he believes if that would have left in there, that it would have to go before the Homeland Security Committee. And Senator Rand Paul is chairing, I think, the subcommittee. So their concern was that it wouldn't, if it had to go to that committee, it wouldn't get a hearing or it wouldn't fare very well. So having it written the way it is, it'll be heard in committees that are more sympathetic to the bill.
Yeah.
At least that's kind of what we heard, so.
If I can just add, our proposal for the 72-hour, instead of, so an event happens and then it stops and then another event happens and we never reach that threshold of the dollar amount that you qualify for reimbursement or anything. So what our proposal is for the looking at the monsoons season. So every visit that we made with the congressional delegations from Hawaii, California, and Arizona, they were all very familiar with it. And the 28 that were there, we carried that as one of our message. So yeah, everybody's okay with this is part of our talking points. So that was really good that we were able to, it's good that we're sitting at the table to be able to include that in there.
Yeah, to that point, and my years are running together, so I might get it wrong, but I think it was the summer of 2022 after the pipeline fire when we had rough 45 separate flood events during that monsoon season. The threshold at that time for a federal disaster declaration was like 11 million in public infrastructure damage. So any single one event, we didn't hit that, but if you combine the floods, we had 2.5 times that amount. So if you treat it as a single disaster, we could have got, would maybe be eligible for a declaration. That threshold now, I think, is 13 million adjusted for inflation. But we run into with post-wildfire flooding that no single flood event does that kind of damage, but you have 5 or 6 over the course of the summer, or 20 or 30, then they do 40. Yep. So other than that, I don't have any additional updates unless anyone has any questions.
No, I just wanted to make a comment about FEMA and DFFM. Just like where as the county, we're always pushing the state not to give us unfunded mandates and push the costs down to counties. If FEMA were to be eliminated, what that would do is force all emergency management go through the states. Then that means there's less money in the state to help counties, which would impact us because we would not be eligible for some of these funds that our bridge funds until we get the reimbursements from FEMA, which sometimes take 3 to 4 years, right? But we need that infrastructure in that way to help protect through these disasters. As you were saying just right now about the 11 million, it was very frustrating to have 45 flood events in summer of 23 or 22, excuse me, and not be able to get that declaration on a federal level. We got it on a state level, but not a federal level. And we need that, not just we as Coconino County, but counties in general, in particular rural small counties, need that support. They need that state support, but they also need that federal support. And so while, as you said, it's been frustrating times, and I think there are things that need to change in FEMA, it is an institution that our rural counties depend on. Thank you.
And if I can add to that, there's this image of like, because of the news, it's always the focus on the state responding, and just exactly what you just said. It's really the local communities that are responding, and we attempted to put that in the writing to the White House so that we can really be part of the council, and then the other one that is not recognized that we were able to insert is drought. We know what happened with Lake Powell, and we were not able to. We had a difficult time, being able to access funding with the National Park Service and others in that region. So we were able to have a good discussion about drought, and also that really the local counties are the ones that are responding. So thank you.
Yeah, and I guess on a final note, if I'd like to end on a positive note, I think one thing we know is the new administration is committed to making some changes with FEMA. So hopefully if they listen to enough of the right people and they go for FEMA reform to sort of eliminate the backlog and work on some of those things rather than maybe elimination, which I think is higher risk. If they find ways to make reforms, this could be really a positive development because some of the previous administrations really haven't paid any attention to reform and haven't listened to us. I feel like this administration will probably listen about FEMA reform. It's just whether they come up with the right solution to that. And so that's what we'll be hopeful for.
Any other comments? Thank you for your presentation. Next, we have the discussion and review possible direction regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar, County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, and Lindsay, can you help me out with the plan? Thank you. So here we are, planning calendar. Today's February 4th. Good consent agenda this morning. This afternoon, we will be discussing the facilities master plan and also the plan specific to the Health and Human Services facilities master plan improvements. And we think that will also address some of the public comment that was made this morning as well. So we're looking forward to that conversation. Also, we will be having an executive session scheduled with our county attorney's office.
Can I ask if for some reason we get ahead of schedule this afternoon, will we be able to have that executive session earlier than 4?
No, I should have, thank you, Vice Chair Horseman, members of the board. I should have mentioned that to Ammon. He just nudged me and said I'll be there this afternoon. So I'll give him a heads up and hopefully they'll be able to attend a little early if need be.
Yeah, that'd be
So
great
we'll-
if we
we'll
can.
ping them. Yeah,
Thanks.
and Angela, if you could help with that.
Yeah.
But I think Ammon and Michael are prepared, and Bill's planning to be here, but I know that he has court till probably 3:30. So just so you guys are aware.
Thank
We'll be
you.
as nimble as we can. So thank you for that, Ping. Tomorrow we have the all-day board retreat for strategic planning. And if you don't mind, I'd like to turn to Deputy County Manager Phil Pott just to talk about the agenda for that and what we can expect for tomorrow.
Thank you, Andy. Good morning, board. So tomorrow we are really excited to have our retreat with all of you. It begins at 8 a.m. at the mess hall at Fort Tuthill County Park. And we do have 3 items on the agenda. The first one, we will continue our discussion of the county mission, vision, values, and go into our strategic planning efforts. And so Laura Royal will be back with us tomorrow to facilitate that conversation. We'll briefly review the work that was done at the previous retreat so that we can all be on the same page. And then we'll be moving into the vision, a SWOT analysis, and some strategic priority headings, and starting to identify goals under each of those strategic priority areas. So that will be a lot of our day tomorrow. And then following that, we will have a discussion with legal counsel with the option to go into executive session regarding fiscal responsibility of county funds for operations, community initiatives, and travel. So we'll be talking about that as that aligns to the strategic priority connection as well, how our expenditures align with our strategic priorities, our mission and vision. And then the third item on the agenda is the discussion of the date and the discussion topics for the next board retreat, which possibly will be a half day. And I know that Clerk Daly is looking at dates for that. So we'll discuss that tomorrow as well. And I think tomorrow will be an excellent time to discuss that as we think about how much progress we make tomorrow and know how much work there might be left remaining that the board would like to tackle. So excited to spend that time with all of you tomorrow and to have Laura with us. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Clerk Daly, for sharing that agenda as well. Appreciate it. And thanks for the updated planning calendar. You know, we make notes on the dated calendars and they're constantly updating, which is good because there's much happening. So the all-day retreat tomorrow, and then February 11th, which is next week, is our next regular board meeting, with the highlight being the proclamation for Pluto. There are many activities taking place that week. I believe there's an event at the Orpheum on February 15th for Lowell Observatory. At least that's what one of our local artists was telling me yesterday. So just many activities taking place. So we're looking forward to that proclamation. And then a legal non-conforming zone case issue on a historic hotel in Valley, Arizona, also on February 11th.
By the way, the Pluto event, and
Yes.
everybody I hope can join us, will be a night, Pluto, a night of discovery. And it's at the Orpheum Theater, starts at 5 on February 15th.
Word on the street is Leonard Nimoy's son will be making an appearance.
That is
so-
a correct. The word on the street is correct. So wear your ears.
Yes. So that's for February 17th is a national holiday, President's Day, to be honored. I believe that's a Monday. And then, let's see if we have this updated. We have February 20th with the Medium County Caucus. That's a Thursday at County Supervisors Association. And then the 21st, many activities. There's an emergency management training. There's a quorum posting. I believe that's city, county officials for just a policy group training. Is that correct, Kim?
Yes, and hopefully all of you are able to and planning to attend. I think it'll be really great in terms of getting ready to go into what could be quite an eventful season of emergencies. So hopefully that's on all of your calendars, and they're having other folks come in and actually helping to facilitate that with our city officials as well.
Is that at the city? Yeah, it's good. Is that at the City of Flagstaff Public Works facility? I'm trying to remember the location. Yeah. And we know in the face of an emergency how important our policy groups are. That's you, and that's all of our policymakers, and representing your communities, communicating with. Is it City Council? Thank you.
And we would really look for those of you who have attended to help to come and be a part of that conversation, because it's really helpful for all of the new officials to understand how those work. Many of you've had some good experience in that. Thank you. I know you were, Lena,
Right.
that's why
Training becomes muscle memory, and then yes, indeed. So, and then an important event on Friday, the 21st, the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce Annual Business Meeting and the Athena Awards as well. So we'll be looking at preparing for that on February 21st.
And just, there will be table for members of the board to attend the Athena Awards. I know some of us are getting emails on that.
Yes, we're
So,
working
and
on
I'd
that.
certainly like to be there and be part
Yeah.
of that.
Yep, thank you. And we'll be working with our county attorney's office on that and the funding processes. And then also we have plugged in, oh my gosh, if there wasn't enough, tentative board retreat as a follow-up to tomorrow. So we'll see if that's needed, if that's an appropriate time. Chances are it will be needed, just in terms of keeping us all together and making sure that we're all, as a board and staff, working in lockstep with one another. Very important conversations that we have. And then on February 25th, another important presentation and discussion regarding fire preparedness. Lindsay, I might want to change that to emergency preparedness, just so it covers not just specific to fire. And we will be asking some of our community partners to participate as well. I believe APS has agreed. There's some legislative activities with APS right now on some liability discussions. So very important to have those conversations. APS is also want to exercise a power down, if you will, of their transmission lines in the case of high fire danger. So we want to be a partner with them on that. So
Can I add that we learned at this, at the task force meeting, that that's pretty much the protocol protocol across the country now with the utilities.
Yes. Yeah, and it's a healthy protocol and a good protocol. There are certainly pros and cons. Some of the cons are without power for a period of time in certain neighborhoods.
And they started that last year.
They
We've
did.
talked with them, and
Yeah.
I know it's just a matter of continuing our training. Like I said, our big concern with them is great partnership. Let's work together so that we have a good and safe protocol for our community. So I think that's going to be important.
And some good data to have to ask of APS would be of the last several years, let's say a point in time, 5 years, 10 years, if you were to implement this, how many times would you have done so? And so I think that's very good information to have, just to think about how it would have impacted us.
Didn't they do it once last year?
I believe so.
They,
Yeah.
I believe
so,
out in my district,
Yeah.
actually, in the Fort Valley area,
yeah.
because of wind.
Yeah. So it will be good to sort of have a vision for what that would look like for communities based on past experience. Yeah. Yeah. Big wind and yeah, so a lot of factors at play. And then the next item on the working calendar is the NACO Legislative Conference. I have to admit, just seeing that on the schedule starts to give me a level of exhaustion. That we are, yes, yeah, all of us, right? We are very busy during that time, and it's very productive for us to make those local connections with our federal representatives. So it's staff, elected, et cetera. It's a healthy process. And then we note this school spring break week. That's always a, if you know our communities, you know that that's important to note on a working calendar because it's impactful to the people being here or not, me included. So, and it's spring training. Spring training, pitchers and yeah. I'll be your catcher if you can throw a curveball. But
so feel free.
Yeah. I'll have to step up into the plate. So that's what we need to keep doing. And with that, I think I might stop there, and then we'll have time for roundtable as well.
So if I could just interrupt for a second, Supervisor Fowler, can we have you do a test on your mic? We're getting some feedback that folks are not able to hear you.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you maybe pull it closer and try again for us?
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
We heard you loud and clear that time. So we'll just ask you to make sure to do that because several people have commented that they're unable to hear you. Tammy, do you want to go ahead and test yours too, just to make sure?
Testing.
I think we got that.
Okay.
Can you do that one more
Yeah,
time?
testing.
Good. I think we're good. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was operator error with me. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Chair Begay, if I may, the next item on the agenda is after planning calendar is administrative matters, item 23. If you don't mind, I'd just like to note a couple of things. Board and commission vacancies. So Clerk Daly is preparing a listing of those board and commission vacancies. We want to provide that to you to ensure that our commissions, boards have representation from your respective districts. And then the other thing, and I think Vice Chair Horstman will probably note this, trial court commissioner appointments. So you'll note that in roundtable. So with that, just looking forward to a good day tomorrow. That concludes.
County Manager, can you elaborate a little bit on the President of the United States doing this thing regarding funding and possible effects and what your staff have done to try to see what plan you can put together.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. I can elaborate in the sense of last Tuesday, just 1 week ago, there was an announcement that there would be a freeze on federal funding and grants. We were able to mobilize, all of us, board, staff, et cetera, and determined that that would impact Coconino County just for fiscal year 2025. That's not inclusive of all the multi-year grants like the Protect Grant for the Highway 89 funding, or for the FHWA funding for Perkinsville Road, which is, I believe, around 30 million. It's significant. So 76.5 million just for 2025. That includes capital and several programs that Coconino County operates, provides service on behalf of the state of Arizona, the federal government, et cetera, as a local government representative. And that means funding for, I believe it's 78 county employees. So it's a significant number. And so we were able to pull all of that data together. Now, I don't want to say the good news is, but what happened the next day on Wednesday, the administration said, oh, never mind, that federal freeze on grants won't be happening. That said, we need to continue to remain diligent and build. And a big topic of conversation for us is, what are the local tools? Where is our stability? Who are we? And so we, Coconino County, utilize planning processes. Sometimes those processes frustrate us because they're processes and they can take time, they're democratic in discussion, but those are the processes that we rely on, whether it's long-term financial planning, our annual budget planning, or our strategic planning processes that we'll be engaged in tomorrow. And those are the processes that we rely on. The stability that the county has is in those long-term financial planning processes. And we'll continue to rely on those to give us stability, and we can then build assumptions into it. So if an assumption built in is federal funding cuts by the federal government, we can then do that and determine what that means for us locally. So we continue to work on that efforts as staff on those efforts.
Yeah, I know that there are some organizations that are pretty much putting hiring freeze, and we don't know what's ahead the next funding cycle. So there's a lot of things that are happening out there too. So I'm glad that you guys are working and looking at those things, because it's very important. And certainly we want to make sure that our operations doesn't get a dent into it. And also our staff, they work hard. And so I just want to say that. Thank you.
Manager Bertelson, Deputy Manager Andriani has her hand up. She's got some breaking news on this topic as well.
All right, breaking news from Lucinda Andriani. Lucinda, I hope it's good, please.
Good morning. Unfortunately, it's not good news. I got a call this morning, just shortly ago, from our local Natural Resources Conservation Service representative. As you all well know, we have received a significant amount of grant funding through NRCS for our flood mitigation efforts out in the pipeline flood area. She shared with me that they've been told by the DC office that all reimbursements have been put on hold, and we have a reimbursement in it was approved at the local and state area levels, and then hang on, I'm trying to get to that email. I just got it. There we go. It was approved at the state, local, and state for reimbursement, sent to DC for payment. And that amount is about 1.3 million. So that's been placed on hold. We also have a submittal that she shared with me. They've approved at the local level, would go on to the state level to likely be approved within the next few days, and then go forward to DC. That's for about 4.7 million. So I just wanted, since this topic came up, I wanted to share that information with you. Obviously, I'll work with Andy on what course of action we want to take to communicate and try to find out. This isn't what my understanding is. They've done this across the board reimbursements. This isn't targeting Coconino County Flood Control District specifically, but to try to understand what is the dynamic. And I think, as Andy indicated, we all assume that since they pretty much immediately reversed their position last week, that this would not be an issue. And we do have a reimbursement pending through the Forest Service as well. We have not been informed by them that anything's on hold. In fact, there was a minor correction we needed to make with one of the forms. And we were told that expect that to be moved forward fairly soon. So, so anyway, just wanted to share that and update the board and Andy on that. Thank you.
Lucinda, what was that amount on that last item you had noted?
So the one that has been approved and is in DC already is about 1.3 million. I'll send you over the exact amounts, Andy.
The Forest Service one, Lucinda, the Forest Service reimbursement.
I think that one's just over 1 million, but I don't have that number in front of me. I'll get that number though as well.
And how about the 10 million for Protect?
That goes to the board on the 11th for approval. And the intent then is that it will be the first about 1.3 million out of that project will be obligated. They only obligate by phase. That'll be obligated at that point. So we'll have to see if DOT is going to hold it up as well or not.
Okay, thanks for that information, Lucinda.
Thank you.
It's not great information, but it's information nonetheless. So we'll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With these federal cuts that are happening, we really need to keep an eye on our partners, nonprofit organizations, and federal agencies, because these are partners that do rely on federal grants and federal partnerships. These are federal partnerships, and some of these, their impact directly impact. So if some of these have a direct impact on them, like let's say the food distribution or food service or food bank, they will be impact. And if the SNAP is impact, then it really does require more services out there. However, if the emergency planning, was it the emergency act that they're under, if that is also done away with, if the emergency food assistance program, then if that funding is lost, then it has the direct impact on these food banks in our county, and then has direct impact on our services. So those ripple effects we need to really look at, looking internally as well as externally.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Fowler. And we are working with our Health and Human Services office to monitor those impacts the best that we can. So thank you.
I think it also affects other programs. So we probably need to within the county. So we probably need to be aware of that too. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, the two funds that are freeze for reimbursement, that's $6 million, an additional, sounded like $1 million. I didn't catch the exact number. But that is almost 10% of the money that was originally freezed. That's 10% that has to come out of our general fund to fund if we do not get reimbursed for this funding. And so that's a big concern, because that impacts our employees. 10% of those 78, that's like 7 employees. That's unstable for our county, and we cannot sustain this long term. Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman.
And yeah, and exactly. And what we were just kind of saying up here is also we may have to take a look at, for example, the flood control district budget. We've made decisions based upon funding coming in and that we thought was, quote, in the bank, since they had already approved the funding for us. And in some ways, it's reimbursement. So they're literally clawing back the funds that have already been gone through the process and been awarded legally and in accordance with policies to us. So yeah, we may have to take a look at the budgets and not just flood control. So,
Vice Chair Horseman and Supervisor Vasquez, yes, point taken, and thank you. And prioritization and then the flood control budget. So the numbers that I heard mentioned, if I heard them correctly, are capital dollars, right? And so those are large numbers. And so that capital versus operation and how employees are impacted and projects are impacted.
but we've already spent that money. I mean, we've already entered into contracts and the work is being done.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, the work is done, and this doesn't fund any flood control district staff. This is all for external project dollars.
Okay, with this information that we got from Lucinda, I think that the board members have been asking that the frontline supervisors need to be huddled together and just talk about all these issues and, what to expect and might happen, and this is probably the first what we're going to hear. And so we just need to be really out there, trying to salvage as much as we can, and so that we continue our operations, for the county, because we know that the county employees are, out there. They really contribute a lot, and then we board members, we try to talk about issues that may hinder services being cut, or we're out there putting ourselves out there. So I just want to thank my colleagues for meeting here and there, and certainly there's been letters that were sent out, and then meetings have been happening. And so I just want to say thank you to my colleagues here for doing that. And this is something that we cannot take lightly. As Supervisor Vasquez says, what if it goes beyond the seven employees in one department? That's going to really hurt us bad. So thank you so much. Any other comments by the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. I wish it were better news, and we'll keep working. So I think next item is roundtable. If you care to share that prior to lunch, I know we'll.
We will go ahead and take a lunch break now. Do we have enough time for roundtable? 15 minutes. We'll just go ahead and take a lunch break at this time then.
Chair Begay, members of the board, in the spirit of being honoring the agenda, 1:15 is when we are scheduled to come back. That's when our speakers will be available. So,
okay.
Thank you.
See you at 1:15. Okay, we're back at our 1:15 Board of Supervisors meeting. We are on item number 25, presentation and discussion on the capital investment into a youth center to develop youth mental health prevention services in Coconino County. And we have Michelle Axlin.
Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. It's great to be here and share some exciting news with you guys this week. We only have good news on this deal. So very exciting to share with you. We have some great updates on multiple fronts. But first, we want to share our gratitude to the board for your insight and for your forethought into our youth. So Coconino County has over 24,000 youth in our county, spread out through various areas. And this investment in our youth is so critical and very important at this point. Next slide. So what the vision is creating a youth center for ages 12 through 18 and a hub and spoke model. So this hub and spoke model is going to be, our first core is here in Flagstaff. We have already started in Page. Page received about $75,000 and has began their first wellness center out of their high school. So we're really excited to be collaborating across the county, and this model is going to look different in each of our areas. We know our youth are suffering. You can see on the board there that over 50% have a mental health condition on the onset age of 14. Those are our babies. Those are our children. Those are our family members. Those are our loved ones that are our future generation. We also know that this is going to be a collaborative model. This is going to be built in each area with our community partners, opening up and utilizing their resources along with our county resources to provide the best possible services to our youth. So here's for some startling statistics. July, August, and September of 2024, there were over 137 crisis calls sent to our crisis centers here in Coconino County. 63 of those calls were from family members, 21 from schools, 14 from the youth themselves. This is only one quarter. The primary presentation of those calls were 63 of them were for self-harm or suicide. We can make that difference. We can change that course for our youth. And because of your vision, this is going to be possible. 19 said they were a danger to themselves, and over 15 had social concerns and high anxiety that they could not leave their home. This is the normal trend we're seeing today in our society. But again, we can make that difference. We're going to provide a space for our youth that they feel safe and they're empowered to help each other. Next slide. Okay. No, we're good. Thank you. So like we talked about, this program will be youth-led and designed, which includes the naming of the program. So you hear us refer to youth. You don't hear us refer to actual program names. The youth are going to be doing that. So it'll be for ages 12 to 18 who will receive mental and behavioral health services, wraparound services. Our model is that hub and spoke model, and we will have a dedicated facility here in Flagstaff that will be able to serve them with the goal of spreading out to enhance the Page area, Williams, Tucson, Fredonia, and Tuba City. Next slide. The framework is a 12 model framework, which we really like. It's coming out of Stanford University from Dr. Adelschein. He is going to be coming here and helping us design the program. And part of that is you take and pick each of those framework models that you see on your screen, and you apply them to the area based on what their needs are. So it's not a one-size-fits-all model. So we really can pick and choose for what the youth decide is their needs. We'll be utilizing telemed, groups therapy, supporting our family partnerships, and peer support in these community spaces. Next slide. A concept is to provide this prevention level support to help our youth with those that they need and provide that warm handoff. So this is very similar to the model that we began the reentry program, otherwise known as Pathways to Community. We started the same type model there with that warm handoff and making sure that nobody falls through the cracks, that they always feel that support and can call back or come to us and we will help them along the way. Next slide. So our first piece of good news, we have two today, is we have a clinical director. And with the board's permission, I would like for Brandy Stuhan, who is here, to introduce herself quickly to the board. Chair, would that be all right? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brandy Stuhan. Thank you for having me. I'm incredibly excited to be back in Flagstaff. I am an NAU grad, and so I'm really happy to be back here. And I'm super excited about this program to be able to really help our youth in our community in finding connection with each other and finding connection with the services that they need. Because we know that youth really need that connection, especially from 12 to 18. It's so important. Their brains are changing. They're deciding what they like, what they don't like. And when we can come in with a peer support model and we can let them have some autonomy and make some decisions on their own, right? Led by adults, of course, but also give them some space to be who they are and let us know what they need and have their voices heard. And I think that's incredibly important. So I'm profoundly grateful to be here and to be the clinical director for this program. Thank you.
So this is Brandy's second day with us. She just started on Monday. But we are very excited.
Where'd you come from, Brandy?
Well, actually, I came from Phoenix. I'm an Arizona native. The last 3 years, I've actually been working with the Arizona ACEs Consortium, going into classroom and training teachers on trauma and abuse and understanding how it changes the brains of children and understanding the behaviors that they'll see and helping the teachers first and foremost take care of themselves so that they can help them take care of our kids. So that's what I've been doing. I've also been a director of a domestic violence shelter. So I have a lot of history in dealing with crisis and trauma.
Thank you. And this whole board are lumberjacks.
We did have to sneak that into the slide. So our second piece of update was, our goal was to build on the cinder pits right next to HHS on King Street. And our goal was to build about a 3,000 square foot building of sorts that was standalone. And you see that in red on your pictures there. So we went out, we worked with facilities and the architects. And what we learned was it went way over our budget. We made a promise to you to stay within our budget and that we weren't going to ask for more than what we could afford to do. We're keeping to that promise today. And thanks to the creative solutions of our facility department and our architect, we actually were able to come up with a solution that we'd like to offer today. The groundwork alone for the standalone building was over $1 million for just to bring the utilities in. Way exceeded our budget. But we got to imagine, what if? What if, and most of you have been in King Street before, we rearranged it. We got smarter. We did a design that was better. It actually could lead to a dual fold answer for us. One is utilize the space better, welcome our customers in. And what you're seeing on the picture is the white area when you first walk in on the first floor. You used to see a receptionist there with lots of doors closed in a very small enclosed, non-welcoming area. What Facilities was able to do is outreach, spread it out, allow people to receive those services on the first floor. You weren't waiting for someone to come to you any longer. You were able to go get the services that you needed. This really will provide a more welcoming opportunity for our community. Vital Records is one of our biggest service departments, along with social services, which does rental and utility. We do diaper distribution, period poverty, and incontinence supplies. All those can be delivered on that first floor as the community is welcomed in. So they feel like, oh, I'm being helped. I'm not standing in a line once again. So this creative approach then allowed us to rethink the back side of the building, which you see in the far left corner in white next to a green box. That is the backside of our clinic. By moving a few staff, rearranging things creatively, we actually can bring the youth center inside and have a building that's dedicated straight to the youth with its own entrance, providing for an opportunity to look at an integrated healthcare license, providing services that are seamless for the community. Crisis services can respond quickly, a one-stop shop with security, safety, all embedded inside, and a good usage. This also allows for the Cinder Hill area to be for future county use as they need it. Next slide. So what could this possibly look like? So the youth center design is really about smaller group rooms, larger conference rooms with doors that can open to provide for large gatherings for the community, access to the outside courtyard, along with private telembed rooms that we can allow other providers in our community to come in and see their clients there, offer youth collaborative support, however that needs to be. This isn't about HHS or Coconino County. This is about the bigger county dream of providing services based on those community partners that we so value. So this will be cross-serving, utilizing the space in a better piece, and moving the staff that were residing in this current area. So we are not expanding the building footprint. It will exist kind of like this on the side with their own entrance, and moving them up to our second floor, which had underutilized sub-lobbies. So nobody's getting displaced. We're actually just utilizing better space planning. Next slide. So this portion of the other side of King Street, so we talked about the youth center being able to be positioned inside, which is that non-gray area on the far left side of, as I'm looking at it, will be our youth center side. What you see in that middle with the colored areas are the areas that we're going to add or enhance. It used to be the Ponderosa room when you first walk in. The Ponderosa room will potentially move up to the second floor and be almost the exact square footage that it is on the first floor. So we're still open for community service rooms, trainings, meeting the county's needs for large conference rooms, but we're also meeting the needs of our community on the first floor that when they walk in, they're gonna have a teller, they can get their services, very warm opening, and allow for all those service deliveries to happen on that first floor instead of being wandering through a building. Next slide. Oh, the bottom. I am not good at my directions, sorry. Yep, so when you walk in on the white area at the very bottom near the stairs is those double doors that we had. That blue area to your right will be where we were hoping to serve rental and utility assistance with a closet next door to it that we can pull out diapers or supplies that they may need in an emergency, or any other items that the community is needing that we're passing out. We'll also be keeping Narcan there as needed. Then the seating area in that middle area will be where individuals can wait. The greeting station is right as you walk into your slight left. And then you see a bank of kind of dark blue tellers with desks behind them. That'll be where staff can make those private phone calls and not be echoing that to the public that's sitting there. We'll also have the WIC office as part of that open area to your very far right. It's not changing much. That's where WIC currently sits. It'll just be more open to the public. This next picture is kind of a demonstration of what the Ponderosa room would look like on the second floor. So just kind of showing that, you know, individuals be able to use the elevator or the stairs and move up to the second floor, which will allow them to have their conferences, meeting rooms, trainings as needed. Currently, it's called the Aspen and Birch room. So really removing that wall, expanding a bit, and utilizing the space better. Next slide. So first, I want to thank you for allowing us to present today, but really what you're seeing here in these pictures is in the top far left, that is our current lobby entrance that our community members see when they walk in. to potentially imagining, and of course, the architects always make everything look lovely and nice, but potentially looking at something like this when you walk into our building, feeling warm, welcoming, and when you're at one of your lowest moments, we're there for you and able to get you to the services that you need. In bonus, we get a youth center in a promise that we delivered to keep within our budget. Any questions I can answer?
Any board members? Supervisor Vasquez?
Thank you for the presentation. Pretty cool to see a project go to fruition. It's been a long time coming. Congratulations on your second day and moving forward with the program. We look forward to the growth of the program. I just wanted to know about the timeline. Like, we're getting, I know this is one of the major milestones, but as you know, I'm always curious about when can we expect, doors open for youth, or when are programs going to be happening in our community? Because those numbers that you shared are concerning. And, that's why we went this direction with this funding from the America Rescue Plan programming way back when we made this decision. And it's exciting that it's finally here. So just curious about where we're at with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. To answer your question, it's multifold. One is we need the architects to finish. We had to make a switch in the last 30 days because of the cost overrides and making sure that we've delivered on our promise. So we're hoping tentatively late December, but realistically, we're probably looking spring. I got the thumbs up from Tom, so I did not. So we are hoping for spring. We are seeing that most of our staff are back in the offices these days. When we first were in COVID, we saw a lot of people, work remotely. A lot of our outreach events were scaled back considerably. And we have seen a huge return to the office with our staff. The outreach events have exploded. The amount of services our community is desiring from us has increased tenfold in this area. So really, this design answered a whole bunch of questions. We can serve the youth. We can expand our programming. Our staff have a place to come and call the office, but we're also providing that more welcoming atmosphere for our community in general.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, thank you for this. And first and foremost, I'm glad to hear that the youth-based program is moving forward. I think that is so important, as we all know, and certainly as you certainly recognize. So I also really like the changes you're making to King Street. And you're right, it was not welcoming. It was functional, and it did what it was supposed to do and laid out like it was supposed to do. But this is I really like how it's laid out, really like the welcoming feel of it. I think that's important. And, I'm disappointed that we don't have a standalone building. I have to say that. For all kinds of reasons. I like that idea of having their own space. But I also acknowledge that it's just financially, we can't do it. And right now, I think the most important thing is to do what we can with what we've got, and spend the money and spend our resources so that it can, quite frankly, go the farthest. And so I really appreciate you thinking outside the box and coming up with another plan. I'm very anxious to get this off the ground. And the statistics you gave us, that's so sad and so scary and disappointing. And I hope that this can make a difference. I think we're all hopeful that, in fact, it can. And really appreciate all of you and your staff's good work. Welcome back to Flagstaff. We look forward to you being part of our team, and look forward to getting updates from you as we move forward with this. So thank you.
Super Ontiveros?
Thank you, Ms. Axlin, for that presentation. As you know, I am the new kid on the block, so I'm not familiar. I don't have the history that the other supervisors have. So the hub and spoke, hub being the one in Flagstaff, spokes being the ones that you, I think you said Page, Fredonia, no, Page, Tucson, Williams, and Tuba City.
Correct.
You're thinking that this one, or I guess hoping that this one will be open in the spring of 2026. That's the hub. What do you think the openings will be for the spokes?
Supervisor Otavera, great question. Our goal actually is to start those right away. We're not going to wait to finish our building, is to get those going. We already have the Page Hub or Page Spoke beginning.
Right.
We want to work with the Williams Rec Center, work with the population in Williams and Tucson to see what their needs are. We have been meeting
Okay.
with the Tucson area already on
Mhm.
deciding, they were able to purchase a lodge recently and redoing that, talking about how our youth can work within that area, but also with the city of Williams doing the same thing.
Okay. So in Williams specifically, are you in the process of like identifying the building?
No, we're
Or-
not at the building phase yet. We were
Okay.
identifying the resources that are available there and
Got
who
it.
are good partners, also meeting with the city manager, Mr. Pettit,
Mhm.
to get their feel from a city council perspective of how we best can serve that community.
Nice.
So
Okay.
I would imagine in about 2 to 3 months, I can provide you an update.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And no stress on that, just as it becomes available. I was just wondering that I was thinking about the larger picture. So thank you. You answered the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this to us. I think just the way the design and just the discussion, the process that we've gone through, it's really, it's been a really good process and being able to provide the services. And then I have the same question, how are you going to be able to go out into the community? And how are you going to attract the young people to be able to come? Are you only working with schools or how? I know you have partners, you say, but I'm just trying to figure that out, how that's going to work out.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and fair question. Yes, we are working with the schools as they are in your district, the primary area that the youth are centering around. But we're also working with the rec centers. We are working with our federally qualified health centers, along with our in Page, we have Encompass Health Services there already, in addition to. But expanding beyond that, a lot of it's going to be outreach to the youth directly. We're going to their communities and their areas and meeting with them one-on-one, because this is not going to work if we do it all as a one shoe fits all. So it will take us a tiny bit, but our promise to you is to deliver.
Well, when you do go out into the community and you're going to be meeting with communities, let us know. We might be able to help you with that in our own communities, since these are part of our within our community. So, but I really like the rearrangements of the second floor. I'm bummed that we don't have the rooftop gathering for staff. I mean, that was part of discussion at one time, but I think it's really good. Yeah, we wanted it a standalone, but I think that we have to always think about what is possible, but just the rearrangement is really good. And I like the open seating and more welcoming. And we always talk about ergonomics within the offices, and that looks like that's what it is. So that's really good.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And the entrance to the youth, just for your knowledge base, will be on the side. They will have their own entrance. They will not be coming through the main building. They can, but that will not be their primary course. It will be on the side of our building. So they do feel a little bit like they have their own space. They're going to have their own courtyard as well. And their hours are not going to always be traditional hours. As we know, youth are a lot more night owls than I am. So, we will be able to, hence we have Brandy. She will cater to those needs, but we will definitely meet the youth where they're at.
I just need to make a couple of comments. I'm sitting here thinking, okay, the funding issues that are arising. We do have some funds that we use from ARPA. How many staff are you going to be hiring and how are you going to be paying them? Just all of that is just coming to me at this point in time. So I guess basically, how many staff are you looking at that? And also, when it opens, and then also, are we going to be competing with other youth centers within Flagstaff? How many youth centers are there? And, do they have youth centers? And are we just, trying to get something else open again? for under the county instead. So, but I support what's going on, but I'm just kind of thinking outside the box and looking in and saying, ooh, I just, I cringe because, we don't know what's out there at this point in time, but I do support the change is good. I like that, getting everything situated the way it is. So I just want to say thank you for all your hard effort and, trying to plan, getting these plans together and, trying to push it forward for our youth. So, and certainly this should reflect off the whole Coconino County because a lot of our youths are out there. You mentioned from the beginning there was like 20-some thousand students. What areas were you getting those totals from? That's the other question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Begay. So to start, we'll go backwards in your question realm because I've got the numbers here. So we had about 24,000 students that are between the ages of 12 and 18 in Coconino County. In Williams, we have, and I apologize, I should have brought my darn glasses, Kim. Kim to the rescue, thank you. So we have approximately 210 that are between the ages of 15 and 19 in Williams and 229 that are between the ages of 12 and 14. In Cameron, we have approximately 70 that are between the ages of 15 and 19 and 68 between 12 and 14. Loop, which is a higher number, we have 85 between the ages of 15 and 19 and 84 between the ages of 12 and 14. Parks actually is a growing area with our youth with 101 students that fit that population. In Page, we have 589 that are between 15 and 19 and 1,300 between the ages of 12 and 14 in the Page area. Tuba City has approximately 567 between 15 and 19. And then I'll just go to Flagstaff real quick. We have 12,780 students that are between the ages of 15 and 19 and 3,100 between the ages of 12 and 14. And I'm happy to provide that in writing to you so you would have that. To answer the second part of the question, we have met with our partners. We met with the Boys and Girls Club because our whole entire goal was not to compete, was to be in addition to and enhance. The Boys and Girls Club, for example, here in Flagstaff, really is about that leadership growth. So our programming will work around that and do it as an enhancement with theirs. Ours is about peer support and becoming ambassadors in mental health. We truly see them coexisting and being able to utilize each other as resources and keep expanding. So the youth will have lots of options. We have met with Juvie, we have met with Flagstaff, the guidance center. We have met with Encompass. So we have really tried to be very strategic in our outreach so we could ensure that they didn't feel like we were competition, but rather a cohort and a partner in the bigger process of being there for our youth. As far as the funding piece goes, we actually had an amazing opportunity. The funding for the program for our clinical director is coming from marijuana money, Prop 207 money. I don't foresee that shutting down anytime soon. So we're feeling like that is a fairly safe area. But what we have heard recently with other federal funding, as HHS, we have quite a few grants. We have 46 approximately that do have a pass-through or federally funded. That affects almost 42 of our employees. So yes, we do not go into this lightly and think about that. What we are having are daily state meetings with both the Arizona Department of Health Services and the Department of Economic Security. And what we have learned is that due to the injunction hold, our payments are going through. They were blocked originally. They are going through. The state is able to process and get money from the feds. And that was as recent as Monday. Today, the state felt so confident in how they were looking at things that they actually canceled our daily briefing. So we actually took that as good news on our part. The other side of it is that we did learn that when they're going after our grants, it has to be a targeted piece to our grants. The piece comes in and they say, the section, this doesn't quite fit with the new federal mandates. You need to remove it or you need to change the language. That is the direction we are hearing from our cohorts across the state and state officials at this time. So we're feeling a little more like we can breathe today. Not that tomorrow doesn't bring us a new day, but we are feeling like things are leveling out. So as far as the funding for this program goes, this is about partnerships, letting the Guidance Center, Community Bridges here in Flagstaff, North Country Healthcare, all of us working collaboratively together. So it's not tied to one funding stream at the end of the day.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. And this center may be coming in at a good time because we need a center that is really inclusive. You know, families being threatened and just maybe a lot of misinformation as well. And it's just a lot of things that are stirred up out there. And there's a lot of young people that are really in fear. And I know that I have found myself, and I know our colleagues here, county supervisors, we're having to, respond and say, this is misinformation, this is false information, and try to get the correct information out there. But some of the scares are very legitimate, and we need at this time a place where all children, no matter who they are, can feel like they're safe and they be able to talk about what they're going through and what's on their mind, to be able to become an adult that is very much part of the community and become part of the really well-rounded person. And that's what we need right now. And there's just too many negativity that is out there. I think our young people, we've got to put those resources wrapped around them and have the resources hug them and say everything's going to be okay. So I'm really excited about this center and that we will be able to have our young people be able to come here. And I look forward to all the other centers opening and providing that same service, because right now, what I hear is that there's young people and families don't feel safe on where they can go. So they resort to calling us, and we end up being on the phone for a long time with them. And so I think that just having them, giving them a place to go is going to be really important. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Well said. It is beautiful words to see that our youth are going to have a chance. And I really want to thank the board for their forethought, their bravery to step out for our youth, and for allowing us to be able to do that for them. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I may, I just want to thank Michelle and Health and Human Services. Madam Chair, members of the board, just real quickly, thank you to Michelle Axelin and the staff of Health and Human Services and putting forth a thoughtful plan, a thoughtful conversation, and also continuing to track the federal funding, state funding concerns that we have and adding a perspective to that. Very much appreciated.
And Chair, if you're good, I just wanted to kind of give a little introduction in terms of before Tom comes up and starts the facilities master plan. As you all know, this has been a work in progress for many years, and Tom's going to get into that in some detail. But I just wanted to take a minute, and certainly knowing the history that I've had at the county for almost 30 years, we've been through many master plan different processes. It's important that we plan, that we have a roadmap so that we can actually take action and improve upon our facilities in big ways and small ways, and that the work never stops, but that we have a functioning plan that Tom is going to be presenting to you, asking for your adoption of this plan at the conclusion of his presentation, and understanding that this is just that, a plan, that as we move into the bigger pieces and talking about how we're going to fund these things, which things do we prioritize, those are going to be future conversations that will absolutely involve each of you and our community and other folks as we move along. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tom and let him take it away from here. So thanks, Tom.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Do we want to wait? Supervisor Vasquez. Andy, by the way, we did give Supervisor Vasquez your copy of the master plan.
Thank you. I think it will go to better use in his hands. I've already reviewed it, and I'm good electronically today. So
thank you.
I also see a lot of familiar faces here. It's good to see everyone.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Kim, for the introduction, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for giving me a couple hours to spend this afternoon with you. So I'm glad that Michelle had the buffer time after lunch. Y'all seem good. We may take a break in the middle of this, depending on what you all want to do. There's a lot of information that we need to cover today. And really, we're only going to scratch the surface of what the facility master plan entails. As you could all see, that 600-page document that's sitting in front of you up at the dais. So real quick, I just want to do some recognitions of folks that have helped out with this process. And the list is long. We could probably spend the next hour and a half going over folks that contributed to this. So we'll just kind of zoom through it real quick. As Kim mentioned, this has been a multi-year process, and every member of the board on here, except for Supervisor Ontiveros, has had a chance to talk to not only facilities management, our department, our consultant, Curtis Leif, who is here with FM Solutions, but also the county manager's office with a lot of very robust conversations surrounding this topic. So thank you for your commitment to that. We certainly appreciated all the feedback that you've given, and we look forward to additional feedback that you may have from us. I'd also like to recognize the county manager's office, Andy, Kim, and Erica, and also Steve Prue, former county manager, and Sue Brown, former facilities management director and former deputy county manager. They had a large part in crafting this master plan. We also have, we'll get into it a little bit later, about the list of the facility planning advisory team, which is a list of elected officials, county managers, office representatives, and department heads that were part of the steering committee for this plan. So more to come on that later. And also my staff, which I'm fortunate today to have a bunch of folks here. So I'm not going to go over all their names. We'll embarrass them during budget time. So thank you all for coming and supporting this effort. And then our consultant, FM Solutions, I'll give a brief intro on them when I turn it over to Curtis here in about 20 or 30 minutes. But I'd also like to thank, Andy mentioned that we have a lot of familiar faces here in this room. We have a lot of local partners, the City of Flagstaff. We have representatives here, folks from Mountain Line Online, NAU, and CCC, which are local partners when we talk about facility operations. They're great people to bounce ideas off of. We also have some of our local contractors, folks from Lovin, I think some other folks that are online here from KCS. And we also have the gentleman who is actually helping design that project that Michelle was just talking about, Mr. Larry Smith, right back here. So if you have thoughts on the design, hit him up after our presentation. But I would like to extend a special appreciation to a few folks that really helped me through this process. One of them being Steve Peru. He provided a lot of guidance and a lot of historical context. You'll notice in your master plan, this is a draft, there's the last appendix is actually the chronology of facilities in Coconino County that starts in 1892. And Steve helped. I think he was actually, yeah. We go back to the meeting minutes? Oh, he is? Okay, welcome, Steve. So not only his guidance as county manager, but also his guidance and historical context, understanding how facilities have adapted over the years to better serve our constituents in Coconino County. And then Susan Brown over here, former deputy county manager, spent a lot of time reviewing the document with us kind of in this final stretch here. So she helped me get across the finish line, well, pending your decision today. She helped me get close to the finish line and provided a lot of guidance and also a lot of wordsmithing, which she's very good at, by the way. So if you need any kind of assistance on that, Sue is a pro. And then I would like to thank Tara Clifton here. She's our assistant director. Yeah, that definitely deserves it. Her and I spent many hours over the last year and a half since she joined our team going over this document. We've probably read it about 75 times and spent a lot of late hours reviewing it, talking about strategy and talking about how we could present the best possible product to the Board of Supervisors and to the citizens of Coconino County. So with that, let me jump into what a facility master plan is, unless there's any questions. And I'm fine if you want to interrupt in the middle of the presentation. I think we're good enough to continue on the path. So really what we're going to do today is we have 5 major sections that we're going to go through here, and we're going to try and set the stage so it's a very high level overview of why planning is important from a facility standpoint and why and how we did it, which is Curtis is going to go over, and then the results of that. You all are familiar with the high level understanding of this document here, and hopefully today we could answer some questions that you may have or respond to any comments or thoughts that you may have on this document. So before I dip into the history, the facilities management department, we have the fiduciary responsibility to the Board of Supervisors and the citizens of Coconino County to do planning efforts like this to ensure that what we are building is satisfying a need that the community has. And what that means to us is that we partner with each department to fully understand their needs. This worked out perfectly today with Michelle and her team up here right before us is a great example of the work that we do as a department. And that work, a lot of the information that we follow, the paths that we follow are a result of the master planning document that you see in front of you and the ones that were previous to this. So 2009, 11, and 14. These plans allow us to take an idea, youth behavioral health, a renovation of a lobby, pathways to community, election center, all of these projects that most of you are aware of recently. This document assists us in knowing what are priorities and knowing how to accomplish those in the best interest of the organization, not only from a standardization standpoint, but also from an organizational standpoint. This also allows us the flexibility to repurpose our buildings throughout the lifespan of those, which is something that we're very good at doing as an organization. The last major capital campaign was late 90s, early 2000s. Kind of go over what those projects look like. And we've been able to adapt those buildings to serve current needs that were not anticipated in the 80s, 90s, or 2000s. So this document allows us to do more than just outline a capital construction plan. And I think that's an important concept. We're not going to cover a lot of those details today, but most of the appendices that you see in your master plans cover all of these concepts. I also would like to mention that this planning effort includes concepts and previous planning efforts of Parks and Rec. Cynthia's here. Thank you for coming. We have Public Works who's online. I know at least Ray's on. We have representatives from the Sheriff's Office. Those 3 departments manage their own facilities, but we have incorporated their planning efforts into this document and what's being presented today. We have also partnered with Melissa Shaw at Community Development to understand how this plan could be incorporated into the comprehensive plan. We've also talked to the Downtown Business Alliance, I'm not sure if they're on today, to ensure that all of our planning efforts are cohesive and heading in the similar direction. Just want to take a quick pause there. Any thoughts, questions? Cool. So 5 parts. We're going to go over the history, the process, the results, the recommendations, and then what we hope to accomplish in the coming months and coming years, because this is a very long plan. So what you'll see in this photo here, these are actually the first 3 county buildings that we've ever built. Hey, Lindsay, do you think we could get the document up? Sorry, I threw a curveball at the last minute this morning. So what you see there is the historic courthouse, the first portion. All the way over to the right is the historic jail, and then in between them is a latrine. The latrine is the only thing that it does not exist anymore. But what I'd like to point out here is if we could get this document up, Nico, who worked in the clerk of the board's office, when we were applying for our EPA brownfield grant next door for the old jail, that giant building just directly to the west of us that everybody adores. These are actually meeting minutes from a September 22nd, 1891 County Board of Supervisors meeting. And mind you, the Board of Supervisors hadn't been established for a year yet. The county was established in February of 1891. So if you look at the third or fourth bullet point there, the Board of Supervisors, 3 members at that point, gave direction to the clerk of the board, Lindsay's longtime predecessor, to solicit for bids to build the county jail, which was the first building that we built as an organization, 1891, and it still stands. Now we're going to try and transition back. We could send this out to you afterwards too. It's actually really cool. So we've been doing this for a very long time. The people that have been doing my job have changed. We look a little bit different. Maybe they had long hair back then. I don't know. Perhaps. Maybe a wig. We could make that happen during budget season. But really what we want to talk about, we have a very long history of facilities, but a large effort, probably the most distinctive large effort that we've had in recent history, was the late 90s, early 2000s. And that's what we're referring to as our last capital campaign. And that capital campaign built many of the buildings that we occupy today and provide services out of. One of them is the expansion of the courthouse. So the section that is brick was an expansion early 2000s. The 110 building, late 90s. King Street, late 90s. We've done other renovation projects, other additions, the Leaf, the jail, juvenile, that was all built in this era. It's a pretty substantial capital construction for Coconino County at that time. The thing that we'd like to cover today to focus a little bit more on is what have we done since then? Because it is an important concept to understand. And a few of the main points that we'd like to cover, why we're going to show you a little bit of this history of what we've done since 2000s, is to understand that this plan has a large price tag associated with it. But what we need to understand as an organization is a lot of these projects could be funded outside of general fund dollars. And a lot of the projects that we currently have going on are funded outside of general fund dollars. We're all familiar with federal funding, congressionally directed spending, grant money. Michelle just covered funding mechanisms that are paying for pathways and youth behavioral health. Public Works has road tax district, HERF funding. We have a jail district. So there's a lot of avenues for us to fund these capital projects, which I think is an important concept to understand. So we're just going to jump through and kind of give a brief overview of some of the work that's been completed since 2000. So what you see here, the jail district completed a fairly large expansion of the Page detention facility. I believe that was about 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, right at the beginning of COVID, if I recall. And they're currently in the planning processes to do a tenant improvement project of the medical and jail intake at the existing jail over on Sawmill. Parks and Recreation, which I'm really glad Cynthia's here. When I asked her for some information on what Parks and Rec has done since 2000, the list was very long. And I know because I worked there for 10 years, I helped complete a lot of those projects. But what you see here is just a quick little slathering of some really cool projects that have worked on. A lot of these have been funded through County Parks and Open Space Tax Initiative, which was around for just over a decade. I believe it generated in the mid $30 million range for projects, which built a lot of kind of the face of Parks and Rec today. What you see here is a Fort Tut Hill Quadum. You've all been to the fair. You probably know what that used to look like compared to what it's like today. So pretty impressive, impactful projects. This is a list just because Cynthia, we only gave Cynthia 3 pictures, but they've done a lot of work over the last 25 years. So this just highlights some of them. And again, this highlights the fact that they have tapped into a variety of funding sources to be able to accomplish this, including partnerships with local municipal agencies. And also, I believe, in Navajo Nation on a few of these projects. Public Works also has completed a lot of work. They've constructed a fair amount of barns, cinder barns in a variety of areas over the years. And they've also done small improvement projects. One of the most recent ones is they put a backup generator at Williams for their Public Works yard. And what's cool about that is that was an old generator that we had for where our tech center used to be, our data center, in between the courthouse and the old jail right here. So we were able to repurpose a piece of equipment that was not being used to meet another need within the organization. Facilities management has done a slew of projects also. I think some of the bigger ones here, the new medical examiner's office that I don't know if all of you have been to, but a state-of-the-art facility that surprisingly has been open for about, what's the year 7 now? Felt like just yesterday that we built that. Another really cool project that we've done in the last few years is the election center, which I'm hoping that all of you have had a chance to see that. And then we do a slew of capital renewal projects, and we've done a lot of tenant improvement projects. COVID was kind of a smattering of a lot of self-performance, finding alternate space for folks, dealing with a pandemic that kind of got thrown on top of us, which changed the face of how we work in the work environment. Want to jump into real quick just current projects that we have. Michelle just covered one, so I won't spend too much time on that for the King Street campus, specifically the King Street building. So we have the lobby and the youth behavioral health. We have congressionally directed spending, CDS funds for the Fort Tuthill water and wastewater project, which that has been something that has been going on for decades. So it's nice to see additional progress in getting Fort Tuthill the much needed utility services. We have the Coconino County Tribal Nation Service Center, which we've come to the board to discuss. Part of that is general funded, part of that is congressionally directed spending allocation on that. We have the Joint Operations Center, which is the new facility that we're just finishing up concept design to house flood control district, emergency management, and the new emergency operations center. And that's going to be located at the Sheep Hill facility, which you'll see later on in an exhibit. Simultaneous to that, there's a public works truck barn. We're running these two projects parallel with the same architect and hopefully the same contractor to potentially realize some economy of scale on a project that size. And then we talked about youth behavioral health and King Street lobby. Let me just take a quick pause before we go over the process that we followed.
These are the projects since 2009 that have been completed?
These
Or-
projects here are
Yeah.
currently funded in
No,
progress.
the previous ones,
Yes.
earlier.
Yep.
Nice.
And is not exhaustive. It's just, it's a snapshot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of smaller projects that we've done. You've experienced it in this building here that we performed in-house. I mean, just recently we alter space all the time, and that's kind of part of what we do. And I'm glad you brought that up. It's the reason why we design buildings the way we do, to allow that ease of flexibility as demand changes.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I asked the question because 2009 to now is only 16 years. That's a lot of impressive projects, and that doesn't include everything. That's just the kind of major milestones. So
yeah,
just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So what we see here is our friends for the last actually for a lot longer than the last 3 years. Curtis Slife, who's here behind me, who's going to present for the next 20 minutes or so, has worked on our original master plan from 2009. They were actually the authors of it. So they worked with Sue when she was administrative senior manager for facilities management way back in the day. And Curtis also has done a lot with our updates in 2011 and 2014 to the master plan. And they were also the authors and the prime consultant on this project, on this master plan that you have in front of you. Curtis and his team are also the developers of our computerized maintenance management software system that we implement that allows us to kind of track the conditions of our buildings and our daily work orders and allows us to plan efficiently. Curtis is a tried and true facility manager, and he understands the business of facility management. He's also an architect and a professor at ASU. So he does a lot. And he is moving out of the country here soon, May or June, he told me today. So I don't know if this is his last presentation, but give him heck. And then we have a few of his staff on here. So we have Heather, Emily, Jeffrey, and Nancy. I believe some or all of them are online tuning into this also. And they provided a slew of different functions throughout the master plan process. So we want to extend our thanks to them, and we really enjoyed working with you all throughout this process. So I'd like to turn it over to Curtis to kind of talk about how we do a facilities master plan, or how the industry does it, and then how we did it as an organization. Curtis?
Okay. So I'm not sure I know all these tools, so tell me if I'm not doing it correctly. As Tom, no, need to speak into the mic, I was told that. As Tom mentioned, I'm an architect first, and then later in my life, I became a facility manager. And there is a difference between those two professions. And I'm going to illustrate a little bit by this circle that you see up there. Seems like a simple circle, but it took me a long time to figure out. Architects do believe they understand their clients before they design the space. And I'm here to tell you, as an architect, I didn't. And as a facility manager, that was a different profession. And I learned that later on when I acquired a boss that asked me, and I was, of course, an architect, and I thought I knew everything. And he said, how many, we had 3 million square feet of space. And he asked me, how many assets do you have, Curtis, in our space? And I'll be honest with you, I didn't probably even know what an asset was. And he said, and I said, I don't know. He said, then you can't manage it. Says, so I'll come back next week and I want you to know how many assets you have. And I go, whoa. So we worked, my staff and I, real late at night, every night, until we figured out how many assets we had. And we still weren't done in a week. 2 weeks later, we figured out how many we had. Then he asked us, okay, so how old are they? You know, how old are they? And he said, yeah, how old are they? And I didn't have a clue how old all of them were. And I didn't honestly even know how to figure out how old they were. So then that was the beginning of understanding that I didn't know everything. And this guy came from plant manager. They were basically utility plant manager. And believe me, you can go to some of their coal operated or nuclear operated, and you can almost eat off their floor. They are almost an extinct creature anymore, but they really knew their people and they knew their assets better than I guess we know today. But that helped me grow up. That helped me understand that if I was going to be a successful facility manager, I learned one thing: assets have cycles. They don't live forever. And they have an expiration date. And during that expiration date, if you haven't figured out how to plan for that, you're not doing your job as a facility manager. But that's not it. There's also people. People are in that equation as well. And you got to get to know not only the people, but their clients, who they serve, and why and how does that all work? And it's not always the same. You don't have the same solution for every one of those. So what I finally figured out is facilities has a life cycle. That's why we don't take the cheapest product on the market and implement it. Services have a life cycle, or business units have a life cycle. And that's why they change their business and they get better all the time. And that facilities and businesses if they integrate, can bring out some really powerful results. And that's what this master plan is attempting to do, is by understanding each other, we can come up with amazing results. And those amazing results include doing regular maintenance every day. What is it? Why do you do everyday maintenance? All the strategies that are incorporated in everyday work is not the same as long-term work. There's mandates and there's regulation changes, as we've experienced in the last couple of weeks, how fast that can happen. But there's also stuff that has happened over several years, and I mean major and regulations, major issues. And then there's growth, then there's technology, and there's systems, health systems, and then there's security. Those are the key elements that we focused on during this master plan. And I'd like to think that we didn't do it in a vacuum as a facilities group, and we did it with a lot of help. And that help came from the employees and the leadership of Coconino County. And I'll be honest with you, I've been dealing with you for a long time, and it's my favorite client. And it is the most challenging client to ever work for. But I can tell you, they also think, they're intelligent, they're highly educated. It is amazing. I've never met anybody like them. So that's me with the county. Our process, it's one of these arrows that I got it. So my boss didn't have anything to do with this process. And by the way, my boss is alive and he's going to help me on my next job before I leave. And so he's 83. And he's going to help me on a nuclear power plant doing a master plan. That shows you how smart and sharp he is and how much I respect him. He's amazing. But in any case, this process was developed over the last 20 years, and it is, how do we integrate people into a master plan? And it's not just people, but how do you integrate the business? How do you integrate the organization? And the organization is the county. And then what role does facility managers have in this? And one of the most challenging things, I would say, is when we first started this, it was naming FPAT. What we started with, and this is several years ago, and this is detailed, but naming FPAT was, we didn't want it to be a committee. Oh, yeah. Thanks. We didn't want it to be called a committee. We wanted it to be an advisory group, so we ended up short and sweet, Facility Planning Advisory Team. We saw it as a team. They worked as a team. They advised us as a team, and it was extremely important as we went forward collecting their thoughts. So the first bubble business units, we actually surveyed all of them and a series of your leadership. We analyzed your space. Some of your space looked crowded, but wasn't necessarily statistically crowded. And so there is a difference. And so we did determine that in some areas you needed space and in some of the areas you didn't. Some of the space planning was very efficient and some was not. And then we developed a checklist of all the information that we needed, the drawings and all the specs and everything like that. We met with the FPAT and we determined what is it that we're doing. And we've done this since '09. So we've been through developing mission goals and guiding principles. We changed them this year or last year, and we changed them to that was, I think, quite powerful. And I'd invite you to see those. Tom just gave me this. The mission and goals and guiding principles are on page 21 if you want to turn to them. What was done by the FPAT, the people on FPAT are on page 12. And there's quite a list, and that list did change as we went through. So, but we included those people, and then we included new people, and so on and so forth. So this has some history. We spent quite a bit of time with the facilities department as well. And the reason that we did that is we wanted to become familiar with, we developed their software system, which includes, it's called a work order system, but it also develops capital renewal. And it projects the age of the equipment and when it probably needs to be replaced. That keeps you as supervisors informed as to, you have some discretion on what Tom's O&M is going to be, because you want maintenance done and you want operations to be included. But when you get to projects, capital projects, you also have, well, do we really want to do that? But there's one thing that is sometimes irritating, is when an air conditioner goes out, you don't necessarily have a lot of room for discretion. You got to probably replace it or send your people home. And capital renewal is projected into that software. And it is something that we have as a part of this master plan, recommended that be included in the future as a presentation to you guys, so that you're aware of where that stands on the platform. And it's identified as facility condition indexes. It's what we call the health of your systems. So we went through and we also identified areas that you could start to standardize on as far as products and so on and so forth. We then had interviews with all your people, all your leaders, and we asked them 3 distinct questions. And those 3 distinct questions were, and those included most of you. Some are, you're new, I'm sorry, we didn't get to interview you, but we interviewed most everybody. We asked them 3 open-ended questions. We got answers, and not everybody answered the same as you could expect. We integrated those and we took those to FPAT, and we met as teams, sometimes in under Teams software, sometimes in this room. Different approaches were taken, and that's going to be most of that. We tried not to name any individuals so that no one would get held accountable or so on and so forth. But we really got a lot of ideas. We took those ideas, summarized them, and we had what's called a workshop. The workshop is when we bring everybody together and we brainstorm with that group what needs to happen for their businesses and everybody else's business. We had 2 teams. We came up with, for the first time since I've been doing master plans, we came up with really one consolidated idea. Almost always when you have multiple teams, you get different ideas and then you can integrate those later on. This was not that kind of group. They're so in tune with what the county needs and what is important and what's important to their business. I have never seen a team come up with an integrated plan together. They either got, and these were in different times, so they couldn't cheat. They couldn't say, hey, This is what I said in the meeting. This is what I said. They are so integrated as a team of leaders that you've got quite a bit to work from, in my opinion. So we integrated that. And then we developed what we call the action plan. And that's what Tom will be starting to focus on in a few minutes. And then we have estimated and costed it out. And we've escalated the pricing so that if it goes out 10 years, what that price will be different than today's dollars. So all of that is all in your documents today. I think I'm done. Probably done. Yeah. Do you have any questions, please?
Any questions by the board? No.
Okay. Thank you.
You're saving all the questions for me, huh? Okay. These images that Curtis shared, they are in your master plan, also in the electronic and the paper copy. So if there's any questions specifically on the process, we can handle them at the end or whenever they pop into your head here. So kind of just to give you a frame of reference.
Tom, can I just real quick? I know you had not, thank God we had an opportunity to go through this with you. Did you give us a separate PowerPoint or a separate little insert for this? I'm remembering kind of a overview, and I may be remembering it wrong. There was nothing separate given to us.
No, so this is the PowerPoint that we shared on the one-on-ones is identical to this.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Just minor edits to words.
Okay, thank you.
So just a point of reference here, we're kind of in the greenish arrow moving into red. I mean, there's a little overlap there when you actually do a capital plan implementation, which we'll talk about at the end of the presentation. So we're in that green arrow-ish, if you'd like to know where you are along the path. So I'm just going to briefly cover results. There's a ton of data in your master plan with all the numbers, if you like that sort of thing, to understand where we currently have deficiency of space, what 10-year projections are, different space requirements for different county functions. A quick example of that is court services. Judge Reed joined us here a little while ago. Welcome. Courts required a larger square foot per person calculation from a planning perspective than, say, just general administration functions. And the reason is, obviously, Superior Court has courtrooms and jury assembly and consult rooms and a lot of hallways and a lot of paths of travel and all of that associate to those calculations. So that's all found in your master plan. I'm not going to bore everybody with that stuff today because I know we want to get to the good stuff that y'all have been waiting for. But there's two other components of the master plan. So the stuff that we'll talk about after is capital construction. But I do want to pause for a minute and talk a little bit about capital renewal, which you all have heard capital repair and replacement. That was used last week with the presentation that Siri gave. I know Andy mentioned it a couple times. The term that's currently used that we'll be converting to is capital renewal. It means the same thing that you've all heard, capital repair and replacement. It's just a little bit less confusing because repair is typically associated with operations and maintenance. So I want to make sure that we have a very clear understanding that there are two different functions in the world of facility management. Capital renewal is something, and operations and maintenance are considerations that we have to have, and we need to make sure the funding and the mechanisms are in place before we build new buildings. And this is extremely important. I think we've all had these conversations. The county manager's office is supportive of this. And it's a system that we have currently in place that's been around for a couple decades. So the board has committed funding to taking care of our current assets in both capital renewal projects, which some of the most recent ones that you've seen are the elevator here. Sorry to bring it up again for those of you that have trauma. Or the HVAC system upgrades that we're currently doing. Those are capital renewal projects. So it's taking care of the existing equipment. Operations and maintenance is the stuff that happens on a daily basis. So you need your office painted, you need to reconfigure. We have issues with the carpet that we need to do a small repair on. That's the stuff that happens on a day-to-day basis. And the county has committed funding to that also for our department and other departments in the county that deal with these same things. These are conversations that, should we decide as an organization, should the board give direction that we want to do a capital plan and add square footage, we will be coming to you with alternatives to funding those new builds or that additional square footage. So we make sure that we set ourselves up for success in the future and we don't have buildings that just fall apart in 10, 15, or 20 years and look terrible. So just wanted to bring that up and highlight the fact that the county has committed in the past and it will be a priority moving forward. So we have 5 major recommendations that the master plan comes out with. We've kind of danced around these a little bit in the discussion today, but we'll just formally chat about them here real quick. The biggest one is we do need additional space, and what that space looks like needs to be different. The example we use a lot in these conversations is the current courthouse. The way it's designed doesn't necessarily meet current security needs and doesn't allow for future growth and expansion or adaptation, depending on how courts function 10, 15, 20 years from now. Security concerns are obviously something you'll hear us talk about a lot when we talk about facility planning. And it's something, since our last major capital campaign, has changed significantly. We all know that security in government institutions and the need for additional levels of security is different than it was 20 years ago. But it's a reality of the situation. It's how we have to move forward designing new properties. The remodel of existing space also allows us to recapture space. Michelle mentioned about how inefficient King Street is. Curtis mentioned it also, that some of the space that we currently have, the way it was designed in the mid-90s and constructed in the late 90s, was more these giant lobbies, this inefficient use of space that people come into. Or this first floor, right? Yeah, we all have examples in the county, so. Exactly, yeah. So this is, and I could tell you right now, commercial cost per square foot is even making folks like Mike Lovin over here, that's been in the business for 44 years, do double takes. So every square foot matters. So the way we design our buildings need to be the most efficient use possible to keep the cost down. We also have some circumstances where some of our facilities, I'm not going to name any except for the one we're in, have so many inefficiencies in them and are so difficult to remodel that the recommended path forward is not reuse, but elimination and reuse of the site. So there are a couple facilities within the master plan that it's identified for demolition, but not naming any buildings. Yeah. So another one of the recommendations, this is one that's been around since the 2009 master plan, is the concept of the regional service center. So it's bringing the services to the communities rather than the communities coming to the county seat in Flagstaff for everything. This is a concept that we are implementing with the Tribal Nation Service Center in Tuba City. So this is the first that we're officially doing it, which is really exciting because it's a concept that's been around for 16 years. We have other ones identified, which you'll see in the exhibits coming up. And these are scalable also. So depending on the population size, Tuba City, 3rd largest population in Coconino County, we bring a larger service center that has more services. Tucson, maybe a little bit smaller, Fredonia, a little bit smaller, right? And those are opportunities to potentially partner with local municipal agencies or other local partners on those. One of the other recommendations is to eliminate leases for the vast majority of our operations unless it's a temporary solution. Or in the case of the election center, we needed to accomplish something in a short timeline, and leases sometimes provide us that option to be able to satisfy a need in a shorter amount of time, because construction takes a minimum of 2 years, and that's if we're moving fast. Curtis mentioned the facility condition indexes and then the capital renewal projects. So these are recommendations to continue the path that we've already been on, to the commitment that we've already made to maintaining our current facilities and understanding what the conditions of those facilities are and allocating finances to ensure that we're taking care of our facilities to the level that we need them to be at. We'll pause there real quick before we get to the pictures. Good. Okay. What you're going to see here is we're going to go over the recommendations in a graphic form. We're not going to get into details. The master plan does not getting into design. It really just talks about space as a cluster. And that space, where it's located, is important also. So that's what you'll see represented on these graphics here. And I'll kind of give a brief overview, because in your master plan, you have square footages of what the proposed plan is. Now, this is not 100% of everything that's been identified in the master plan. So I urge you to look at the final, I forget what page it's on, the summary sheet. Yeah. Sorry, we'll get that in a minute. So I'm just going to kind of go through these slides. Feel free to stop me whenever. We're going to start with the county seat and then move ourselves outside to outlying areas north and south of Coconino County. The vast majority of the projects that are being, well, a large portion of the cost that's being proposed is in the Flagstaff region. Okay, so all the projects are located on page 74 there, if you'd like to take a look at that. And we're going to kind of jump around at certain areas here and give you a little blown up pictures of what's being recommended.
Can you identify which of those sites in the Flagstaff area are county owns and are leases, please?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have some of the graphics. So on this one here, we have the records warehouse on the lower left side, records warehouse and election center. Both of those are leased facilities. One we just started a 5-year lease with. The other one, election center, is a 7-year lease, and we're in year 2 of that. We also have a couple leases in the downtown area, which includes the DES building. We have a blown up graphic of the downtown here. So it's a DES building that we have the legal defender and public fiduciary in, and then also the 420 North San Francisco, where adult probation is located. So this image represents what's existing in the downtown area. And I'll just take a moment for you all to kind of take a look at it. What Supervisor Vasquez mentioned here, hopefully everybody can see my cursor online. This is the DES building on the left side there. So that red square where the cursor's on, that is a lease that we have. Very good deal through the state of Arizona, thanks to Eslier. That we've been in for, I believe, 6 years now. And then the other lease is at the top of this image right here. So it's the U-shaped red one. That's the 420 San Francisco. And that has been a long-term lease. One of our best landlords, also very responsive. But HR and GIS was located in that building for a number of years. I believe that started in 2008. In the middle of COVID, to reduce the amount of lease spaces, we moved adult probation out of this building just on the corner of the block right next to us, up into the 420 San Francisco location, and relocated HR on the 3rd floor of this building. So what this is representing are what buildings are going away. One thing I want to highlight here is we see that odd shaped one kind of in the center on the bottom. That is what we're referring to as the old jail. Now I want to be clear, if you look at that in the lower left corner of that red polygon, there's a small gray block. That small gray block is a historic jail. That is to remain. That will not be demoed. We have historic jail and old jail. The old jail is that big orange looking structure that needs to go. Okay. The other building to the right of that is this building that we're in here. I was lost for an adjective. It's been around for a long time, and there's been a lot of services that have been put into it. But the layout of it, the way it's constructed, a lot of the capital assets that are in this, we're just at a point where it makes sense for us to remove this building. So what does it all look like? Where does everybody go? What does the master plan propose for the downtown corridor? I'm going to jump to this next slide here, which is kind of an abridged version. So basically we took all of those services from the last slide, all of the people currently in the downtown, and we just shove them into a smaller amount of buildings, number of buildings. There's additional square footage though. We add one department, and that's community development, that relocates from the Fort Valley campus to downtown. Now, I'm going to talk about how this project would work from a construction perspective. The first thing that would happen that's being proposed is that the old jail, the Big Orange Beast, gets torn down. In its place, a 95,000 square foot Justice Center gets built, and that's 100% for court operations. So all current folks that are in the Flagstaff in the county courthouse move to the new 95,000 square foot courthouse. That does include underground secure parking. We're not getting into the details here of design, but does include that security parking, additional security pathways within the courthouse to meet all the current standards, and ample room for growth in the future for justice services. The existing courthouse would then be renovated to accept all of what we're referring to as a justice partner. So all of the other county departments that have a direct connection with courts. And you can see them all listed up at the top left there. So that'd be adult probation, public fiduciary, public defender, county attorney, and legal defender, which then allows us to get rid of our 2 lease buildings that we have in the downtown corridor. A few of those departments that would be relocated to the courthouse are coming from the 110 building, and they actually occupy about 50% of the space in that building. That's the county attorney's office and the public defender. We would then look to renovate the entire 110 building and do a 5,000 square foot addition onto it into the parking lot area to house everybody from admin, that's this building here, and the departments that were not relocated. So the treasurer, recorder, assessor. Everybody would be commingled in the 110 building with the 5,000 square foot addition, which would be a new public lobby and all new board chambers that would account for planning and zoning commission also. There's also a concept from high level planning is that with a campus approach to this, and this has not been vetted by the public with the city of Flagstaff at all, is to potentially close down WC Riles or a portion of WC Riles and potentially Cherry Avenue. I feel the burn from my city counterparts over here. There's alternatives to this. This is solely from a safety perspective. It's solely from a planning perspective. A lot of work to do on this. This is a plan. Questions on the downtown? Good. sorry to laugh. The like perfect world. If we had funding today, all of that, I mean, you're probably looking at 7 to 10 years. So it's a big multi-year project. Yeah. Hopefully not. So there's a lot involved with development in the downtown, especially with structures this large. So
If I may, just a note on that, and I know that the city of Flag and Coconino County have been in discussion on this and the downtown Flagstaff visioning process. And so I just want to point that out, that a lot of the various plans, proposals that were in that Flagstaff downtown visioning process, I do note are in here. And I think that's important for the public to be aware of as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. One thing I actually forgot was this building gets demoed. Sorry to leave you hanging. And then a very large parking structure is proposed to be constructed here, which would account for not only the close to 400 county employees that work in the downtown area, but also very large jury calls of upwards of 200 jurors, sometimes maybe more, and also all the customers that would be seeking services from a large component of county services would be located in the downtown area. We'll jump real quick to Fort Valley for those of you that have visited. Currently, we have community development, information technology, and facilities management housed out of this campus up on Fort Valley Road. The medical examiner moved out about 7 years ago. So that structure that they were in is that red square you see there is proposed to be demolished. We don't really see a plausible reuse of that facility considering the history of it. With community development moving to, thanks for coming, guys. With our 2 departments, information technology and facilities management would cohabitate in the building that community development and IT are currently in. And then our current offices and storage were turned into common space for both shop and storage for information technology and facilities management. King Street, we went over earlier. I won't spend that much time on it. Michelle did a great job giving the overview on that. I think one thing that's important is that the relocation of the youth behavioral health, as mentioned earlier, allows for future development to be determined on that vacant parcel to the north of King Street, which we refer to as a sandbag lot. Public Works has been doing site master planning for a number of years now. They've completed a fair amount of projects. Most recently is the B3 remodel. For those of you that have been out there, it's a much needed upgrade to their main administrative offices and for all their field staff to kind of have a home base. A great break room, updated HVAC, just a really good project. They have future needs also, which is a new vehicle wash bay, which is down kind of in the lower portion of this image. And what I referred to earlier that I referenced this image on is the new Joint Operations Center, Flood Control Emergency Management, EOC, is to be located where that middle kind of green rectangle is there. And then the new truck barn that Public Works is working with our same architects on is that long, skinny, it's about 18,000 square foot truck barn up there. It's also going to include a large conference room for Public Works gatherings and trainings and stuff like that. We worked with the sheriff. I'm sure most of you are aware of their project that they will be seeking approval for soon. Is the renovation, the remodel of the jail intake and medical, which is kind of that green block in the middle on the left there. They also have needs to do a new medical expansion, approximately 15,000 square foot, which is that odd shaped polygon to kind of infill some of the terrain in between the existing structures, and then long-term planning for approximately a 10,000 square foot addition for patrol, which they have located out by search and rescue. Zooming out a little bit from the Flagstaff area here, we start to get into the greater Flagstaff. We identify some of the projects that Cynthia and her team are working on, and also the master plan identifies, which similar to 2009 was a very large administration facility located at Fort Tuthill, approximately 15,000 square foot. And then of course, Cynthia has a lot of other projects going on with the Frontier facility, water, wastewater at Fort Tuthill. And of course, she's right in the middle of doing the Fort Tuthill master plan. So I'm sure you'll be hearing about that soon. Public Works also has needs for new additional equipment and cinder barns in a lot of the outlying areas. This map shows the Parks Belmont area in need of one, Kachina and Mountain Air, also in need of equipment and cinder barns. Here we jump to the northern portion of Coconino County, and we show what's represented in blue there are existing facilities, and what's represented in green are proposed regional service centers. So we see the one on the bottom right there is the Coconino County Tribal Nation Service Center located in Tuba City, which we currently have funding for. And we're in the early design phase for that. The master plan also indicates that there is a need in Fredonia, Page, and Tucson for service centers of different sizes. So Page, slightly larger population, we do a level 2. And then the more rural areas, Fredonia and Tucson would be level 3 service centers. So it's like golf. The lower the score, the bigger it is. I guess it's the opposite. Coconino County South here. So this includes I-40 and everything south. The large things to note here is additional square footage in Williams. So we currently have multiple facilities in Williams. One of the photos, that's a Forest Lake truck barn actually. But we have a public works site in Williams, and we also have a park in Williams, which we have a great IGA with the city of Williams to maintain that. And we also own the Williams Justice Center, which currently houses Judge Crombie and his staff, Williams Justice Court, and also the sheriff's officers that are out there. So the Sheriff's Office needs additional square footage. We have identified a need for a level 2 regional service center. So the proposal in the master plan includes an additional 5,000 square foot building to be built adjacent to the existing Williams Justice Center to house Sheriff's Office and regional service center services. This map also highlights Munns Park Cinder and Equipment Barn need from Public Works, so a little bit further south of Mountain Air, and then 2 service centers in Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes. So that pretty much sums up the master plan at a very high level. The next slide we have really talks about the next steps. But I want to pause here if there's any questions on the master plan at all, or any comments or thoughts.
Yeah, I had to look something up because I wasn't sure of what you said, so I did, and I'm really surprised to see this. I think it's worth noting. In terms of cities by population, cities/towns, Flaga's in 2018 was about 74,000. In 2020, Tuba City was just over 8,000. That's actually the second largest by population.
Okay.
And the third is Page, which is 7,500 as of 2018. So, and that may not have had an increase. There may be a reduction in Page. Williams is 3,200 as of 2018. I just bring it up. I was just surprised to see that Tuba City is actually the second largest by population.
Thank you for that. Decrease in Page. Okay.
Yeah, 2020. Any other questions?
I just appreciate all your work through all the years, your work, Sue, and it's just been, I've been here all the years that I've been here. We've been going through master plans and revisions, and it's just been like, it'd be great if we had the money and we could do all of this with just one nice one, and it'd be really great to do. But it's been massaged along many times, and now we have a new one that is really looking at the whole county again. So, and then we have a new word, renewal.
Sorry about that.
We have a new dictionary that we're looking at. And so, but it's necessary. We have to keep looking at it. And, you know, it's just like, at one time we went through, we did a county-wide session on, okay, what do you envision 50 years from now gonna happen? We dreamt about being able to work from home. We dreamt about, you know, all the, everything, like being able to have a smaller space, a more open space, all of that. And then, and with pandemic came and it just like tumbled us over. It happened instantly. Never did we know that we'd be working so much on Zoom and all these new apps that are out there, and people being able to actually work from home and have shifts in the schedule. That really changed a lot of the planning and how we design buildings. So I think just the moving of time, how things change on us, we have to move with that. And that's why I really appreciate this. This is different than, little different, but it's just a little bit more getting smoothed out as to what we can actually do. You know, what is reality and what is the wish? This is a big wish list, and maybe we won't get to all of them, but someday, and then we got to say, here it is, this is where we're headed, and this is the place that we're gonna be building. So.
Well, thank you. What was your analogy? The running the river? This is
Yeah.
the master plan is like
They
running the
run-
Colorado.
Run Colorado River. When you're on the Colorado River, you're looking for the next campsite. And sometimes that campsite isn't there anymore, or else like, no, you can't camp there. Let's go to the next one. So, but yeah, it just is really making sure there's a pathway as to where we're gonna end up. And it may change. You know, we've been always talking about downtown. How are we gonna do downtown? As I was listening to you, I was thinking, how can we improve this place? Well, and we can shift this whole scene around, just turn this around right here, and we can sit on that side, we'll have a bigger, we'll have a bigger meeting space if we were to turn this around and we're sitting on that side looking this way. You know, just that alone would expand the meeting room that we have. But, you know, and then we didn't have a Division 7. And now we have a Division 7. How are we going to pay for it? How is that really something that we really need? And how do we do that? You know, those are, then we didn't have behavioral health. We didn't have youth. We didn't have all the, not as much mental health issues. Now we have that. How do we accommodate that? You know, those are all the processes. New things come up, and we have to keep looking at these buildings and saying, is this still the reality? And I know that every single staff that is sitting in here is always looking at this. And does this work for the employees? Does it work for our customers? Does it work for people that are coming in? You know, like look at the treasurer, recorder, and the assessor. They opened up an office over at the mall. They go on a road and try to help people with their bills and the issues that are brought up. Those were not there before, but it's become necessary. You know, parking downtown is very expensive and very limited. So how do we do that? You know, we envision a bridge right here and having like a breakout room up or, you know, staff being able to go up on top and be able to sit there and take a break. Envision that for the King Street. So there's all these things are changing, and this just is just another visioning that we're doing and saying, okay, is this where we're at? Is this what is this what we need now at this time and place right now? It could change next week, but right now, this is our pathway. This is our river. And we're thinking that beach over there is available over there, and we'll be able to build right there. We'll have the money there. We'll be able to set up camp, break out all the cooking utensils and cook and be able to camp out and take a break there, you know. So that's what I think when we look at this. But yeah, well, we didn't know King Street. We had a different vision for King Street. We had several layers and a building outside. Now it's all one, no more layers. So yeah, these are all being coming back and saying, well, we thought this, but we don't need that now. Things change. So thank you. Thank you. I want to thank all the staff. I know it takes a lot. It's a lot of trying to walk and say, is this really what we need? Is this, and then each of the department directors, you know, what are their needs? Is this really what they need? You know, at one time we didn't even know what a docking station was. Now we just have a computer and we just dock it in. Like, wow, that's a reality. You know, we didn't know that. We thought we all needed these big, huge computers all the time. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, we don't need to envision 50 years again because it's already here. We didn't realize it was going to come here within just 1 year. We didn't know that, but I went back and looked at those statements that we did with 50 years from now. It's here. It's not 50 years from now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first I want to say I grew up with the Jetsons, which was 50 years ago. And I want to say how disappointed I am that we do not have flying cars and that we also don't have robots that come in and clean our homes. So, but having said that, and looking where we are, I just want to indicate my great, wonderful thanks for the incredible job that's been done by you and so many people here in the county to get this together. And I can tell you when not 50 years ago, but during my first election, I remember sitting down with Sue Brown and going over the then master plan. And this is very different than that as well. I mean, there's some similarities, but there's a lot of newness. And first and foremost, we do hear over and over again, we hear during our budget meetings that so many of our departments are just straining, at the seams. We hear from the judiciary that there's some real security concerns about our courthouses and some of our court structures. We hear, and Supervisor Begay and I had a tour of the county jail, and I remember when it was built, didn't seem it was that long ago, and seeing the real needs, especially in a new medical area division there. And we know from so many of the folks that we've been talking to that their needs of capital improvements and facilities are real. This morning, and because they know we were talking about facilities plan, we have community members that came forward that also wanted to be heard about, hey, how about us? And so I want to say that I'm very pleased with the master plan being presented. I do think that it does address our space needs. I do think that it is a good combination of construction, new construction, as well as capital renewals. I do think that it is a very good approach on the facilities that are being demolished, this building being one. And I do appreciate the long-term plan and planning that has gone into this this facilities master plan. What I don't want to see is that this to be put on the shelf and have some board 4 years from now, or even 8 years from now, reinventing the wheel. There are real needs. They're here now. We certainly can't do all of it at once. I think your point is well taken, that some of it is not just based on and does not come out of our general fund. There are other possibilities and other funding sources, and some maybe out of the box funding sources that we as a board need to look at. And I really, after the board takes a look at adopting this plan, if that's the wishes of the board going forward, I hope that the next step would be for us to prioritize the needs and how we're going to meet those needs, how we're going to be able to budget. I would very much like, and I know this is horrible to say given the uncertainties we're dealing with, but dealing with the realities of where we are with our facilities and where our needs are, I would like to see us moving forward in later meetings on how we're going to prioritize and how we're going to pay for this and how we're going to get some of this done. The needs at the jail are real, and quite frankly, they were needed 5 years ago. The needs at the judicial system and the judiciary and the security problems, they're real. And certainly we hear from, Treasury, the Recorder's Office, pretty much facilities, Parks and Rec, which we've seen firsthand, and certainly with the needs that we have in our transportation and maintenance, and we've got to start moving forward. I don't want to see this on the shelf and just gathering dust. I want us, once we've made a decision on this, to start moving forward on how we're going to implement this. So thank you. I really appreciate all of your efforts on this. And you just missed, I just gave you guys a big plug about how we need to do something on the Judicial Center, and that this is long overdue and there are real concerns. It really affects how we deliver services for our community. It delivers how we deliver justice. And there are real needs, and I really applaud the efforts that have gone into this, and I look forward to moving forward on it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
I'd like to add that these are really good plans, but I think we need to really look at where can we make revenue. If we work on the revenue piece first, and then that will maybe start paying forward. Some of these buildings, we could do like a coffee shop underneath, or if we build a parking lots, maybe we can, or parking building, then we can make revenue off of that. Those revenues, how do we work revenue into all of this facility plans? These are our buildings, but within all of that construction, if we can work in some revenue, we'd be able to take that revenue and use it on other facility. Maybe that's how we can pay for some of these. And even the repairs, we're gonna need those repairs ongoing. So, thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation. I've been listening to this conversation for 4 years now, right? And so I agree with my colleague. Like, I'm really excited about this plan. I think it's evolved and gotten to that point where I'm comfortable moving forward with this plan if that's what we choose, and going through that process of prioritization. You know, it's a tight balance because, you know, we want to look at how we save costs, which is why I agree with the King Street move, even though I too wanted to see a standing building there. It was kind of exciting, but I think this new layout is a better way of building and utilizing the space that we have and the resources that we have. So I'm excited to see that move forward, and really looking at the implementations of the plan, so that way this doesn't get stuck, or we're not here 2 years from now and we still haven't even gotten to that point where we're starting to design stuff. I think, you know, and it's that gentle balance between focusing on downtown, our county seat, and the buildings that we need for Justice Court and some of the other programs. And I think this shrinks our footprint downtown, but it consolidates it in a positive way and provides more space to what's needed. But at the same time, not forgetting about our rural communities and the space needs and the facility needs that they have as well. And so where's that balance, right? You know, so roughly about 60% of our population, 70% of our population is in this greater Flagstaff area. Well, those other areas, we got to make sure that we have those facilities. And I really like the different levels of some of those more rural areas, because we need to have that presence. And as we go through and have that conversation, it's finding that balance as we prioritize our needs. The dream, oh man, I want to see the Justice Court and the new board building made, you know, ASAP. The reality, it might take a little while, but we need to be constantly moving forward so that 4 years from now, we're not having the same conversation again. But I really like the plan. I like how it's evolved to where it's at. And just want to make sure that, you know, that we're prioritizing correctly. But I do appreciate the team's nimbleness to adjust with the changing times and to adjust with inflation, because cost of production, cost of materials has gone up. And that does have to be in that conversation, because we do have limited amount of resources. We do have to be creative on how we fund these buildings. And it's not going to, we don't have the money to just go out and borrow money to make this happen. Like, it's going to take partnerships. It's going to take creative thinking and planning. And so I like the plan, and I want to look forward to seeing it implemented piece by piece that makes financial sense for our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Fontaveros?
Thank you, Chair Begay. We keep hearing the word prioritizing. Is there a plan for prioritizing? Because I mean, this is a good plan. And I know that in our one-on-one, I asked a lot of questions there. That's why I've been able to be so quiet here today. But again and again, we keep hearing that word priority. What is the plan for prioritizing this? Like, where do we begin?
Yeah, so that is a great question. The plan identifies and provides recommendations to solve all of the needs that we have as an organization. So it does not specifically prioritize which projects are the most important to us. That is a future conversation pending the direction of the board. Which we're hearing is that we want to take this to the next level, which then with the county manager's office, with the leadership team and the organization and the information we have in this plan, we will be able to sit down and bring back to the board our recommendation on what the priorities are for the organization. There's a lot of factors that go into it, and I'm probably oversimplifying it right now, but for sake of time and conversation, that's something that we would come back with. Andy, you want to
Yeah, thank you, Tom, and thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. And I think when you look at, and Tom, thanks for going through the history. Back in 1891, we built the first county facility, which was our county jail just next door. But I think when you look at the last 15 years of what the county has been able to do, or just a bit longer, it's been a matter of what have we been funded to be able to do. So it's two things. One, it's having the plan to be able to potentially pursue funding avenues as they may become available. It doesn't seem super timely right now, yet it is, because we need a plan to be prepared as funding may become available at the federal level or wherever that may be. When you look at our future in the near future, you know, we're looking at some federal funding. We were awarded congressionally directed funding for an emergency operations facility. The project that we talked about with Health and Human Services, as well as a tribal nations facility. And so it's a plan that allows us to prioritize for the future. And so we're not answering your question, but it does allow us to do that for the future. And then when you look at what we're able to do, sometimes it's a matter of right place, right time, and timing. And so if there are funds available that might target certain areas that the county can provide, then we'll capitalize upon that and pursue those funds.
Sense. And I know that we're going to be having future conversations about this, so I will stay tuned.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Apparently, we have constituents watching the board meeting because I got a question. Are the regional service centers intended for internal programs or also partner agency services?
The master plan does not identify to that level. I think all options are on the table for us moving forward with how we deliver the critical services and where they are delivered from. So at least my perspective, and I know the county manager's office agrees, is that we need to remain flexible in order to figure out how these things are accomplished.
Great.
Not only from funding perspective, but also the actual service delivery and who does it. But we hear about partnerships every day, every week in your board meetings about how we're accomplishing amazing projects like Pathways. I mean, that's a great example of partnership amongst both in the nonprofit and also government sector that works really well. That's serving a need in our community. So.
No, great. Thank you. I think it's really important that our partner agencies understand that we're not there yet, but we are thinking about that, and we want to be nimble to what's the reality on the ground at the time when we finally get there, because as was stated before, this is still a couple years off before we're at that point. Thank you.
And those very remote rural regional service centers, it's probably not a good idea for us to buy and build as an organization. The partnership approach is probably the most efficient and logical for this solution.
Yeah, I was just going to say the partnership approach you explained to me, like in Fredonia and some of those places, it's perfect.
Yep.
And especially some of these very small communities, if we can be in with their local centers of government, it not only consolidates where they can go for one-stop shopping, if you will, but it's certainly much better for us financially to be able to provide services. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to say I totally agree with what comments that were made by my other supervisors. I think it's very important that we just keep on trucking on this plan and moving forward with it and see where we're at, years down the way. But I think, the prioritization and funding is going to be something that's going to be something that we really need to look at per district or the whole county. Thank you.
Just a point, do you think we should go over this or do adoption first and then talk next steps? Yeah, there are a few more things I just want to talk about this very high level timeline so the board understands the kind of the duration that this takes, even if we are moving forward in the coming years. It's a very long project, but I could cover that after adoption.
How long is it going to take you?
Couple minutes.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've been asked to take 5, so okay. We'll think about it down the hallways.
All right, thank you. Let me know.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Coconino County Facilities Master Plan.
And I'll
Second.
second. Go ahead.
Supervisor Horseman, seconded by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion passes. Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, I'll wait for the clock to start, Lindsay. Thank you very much, by the way. Certainly appreciate it. There was a lot of work that went into this, and I look forward to the next steps on it. So speaking of next steps, I just want to give the board a little bit of context of what we're looking at moving forward. We heard clearly that there is an appetite for us to look at this in more depth and come up with more concrete plans and recommendations for a path forward. So we will get working on that and schedule a future meeting date with the board to discuss this. Obviously, those are big discussions with the county manager's office and finance and other departments throughout the organization. So what these arrows represent here, not the first one because that just happened, is kind of a long-term plan here of really what this will entail. And we don't know exactly the timelines because we don't know exactly the prioritization. So this is very general, and it's just to give everybody an understanding that projects of this magnitude do not happen overnight. The fastest project that we've done in a long time of a significant scale was the elections center, which took us 9 months, which was warp speed. Government in general does not move very fast, but government with construction right now moves even a little bit slower. It's just kind of the nature of the business. And again, on projects of these scales, especially in this location, if we consider the downtown, there's public input processes that we want to make sure that we go through. And of course, depending on funding, there may be additional things. If we have outside fundings from different organizations, it may actually have a pretty good impact on the timeline. So prioritization and funding are kind of the big discussions that are coming up next. Depending on the path that we take and the discussions with the board, that could be anywhere from 1 to 3 years, without getting into too much detail on that. We believe the design and public input on most of these projects would be at least 2 to 3 years, especially if we're considering a large project like in the downtown corridor, potentially some of these other smaller projects that, as Andy mentioned, we have a roadmap now. So if we have funding that falls on us to do a project in Page or Fredonia on a smaller scale or something like that, then we could potentially accelerate that type of project into a 2 to 3 year timeline. But it's a little bit all over the place depending on which one we're talking about. And then construction of any one of these, when we look at the dominoes, what we call the domino projects in the downtown corridor, they have to be staged in a very specific manner to allow us to free up space for additional construction projects and tenant improvements to then move people into. So it really is how the dominoes have to fall, which then extends the timeline of construction. So once we have established prioritization, once we have had those discussions with the board, we're going to be able to provide you and the organization a better timeline of what we believe is reasonable for accomplishing approved projects, approved and funded projects. I know it's more than 2 minutes.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate having the numbers up there. I looked at it. So just to put in perspective for all of us, the quick timeline, if we get everything going, is still 5 years before we're in a building. The slower timeline is more than 10 years. So hopefully things line up, the stars line up, and we can make this vision happen sooner rather than later. But it is going to be a while before we can get those priority projects done. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's difficult with something of this magnitude. There's projects from the 2009 master plan that we just completed a few years ago because we had available funding at that time. So this could last multiple decades, right? And we still have those priorities. The planning efforts we did over the last 2 years will still be valuable. We'll have slight differences to Supervisor Fowler's comments earlier of like, things change. We don't have a crystal ball. We do the best we can to predict what's going to happen. But maybe that beach we wanted to camp at on the river, maybe a rock moved and, you know, the current took it out. So we have to find another beach to land on.
Thank you for the presentation. Real good presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, we have an item number 27, which is an executive session. Now it's 3:27, and we will be going into executive session. We'll come back down here later on.
Sorry, Chair, we need a motion for that.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Horseman, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, zero, motion carries.